Hello, and welcome to the Humanity, where we do the things with the stuff for the people. I am Matt.
And I'm Tommy. And welcome in tonight, everybody. Glad you're here. If you are here, that kind of makes sense. We're just glad, and maybe you're here. There. So tonight, we figured we would watch some videos of some Christians talking about why they are not atheists. In some cases, why they are no longer atheists. Like maybe they used to be before, but maybe they just kind of sucked at it, or maybe they didn't really understand what atheism was, and they just did it wrong. But hey, now we're here to help them. So if they're watching, they'd be like, "Look, you can try it again, please do." But we do have some people here. It's Missing Mod. Hello.
Speaking of people bad at being atheists,
Oh, just the worst at it. I think that means good to see you guys. I think that's the first time I've seen
Yeah.
that particular little set of initials. At first, I was like, "Gutsy guys." I mean,
I had to work it out too.
Yeah, but either way, she's here. Yay!
Yay!
You couldn't see my hands. There we go. Yay! My hands are more excited than Matt's. Anyway,
I'm contrasting. Also, PDAing. I'm like, someone's doing a thing. I can't.
Oh, I get that. Let's see. Okay. All right. Sorry. Matt sent me a message like a couple minutes ago. And
Yeah, it wasn't critical.
All right. But hey. All right. So, yeah. How are you today, Matt? Or this evening or whatever time it is?
Well,
people.
I did like a bigger day of work today than I had been.
Nice.
Like kind of like getting like back into working because of the back, and I got cleared from my surgeon. So he's like, it looks good, and he's like, the pain in your back, that might be permanent. Also, the numbness in your lower leg and foot, that also might be permanent. Kind of a waiting game.
Everything's permanent until it goes away.
But it's just slight pain in my back, and he said it's probably related to scar tissue on the muscles from the surgery, not from anything super important in my back, which is great news. Rest of my back looks fantastic. All my other discs look like a younger man's, which is impressive because I've worked on my feet with my hands for like the last 15 years. So, cool. Also, reality's happening.
Yeah, it keeps doing that, the bastard.
Yeah. I'm not super impressed thus far.
Well, I mean, this part of the reality is pretty cool.
Oh, right. This is pretty cool.
Right.
I guess it depends on like how zoomed in or out you are.
Right. It's all about perspective. But speaking of perspectives, apparently Missing Mod is a backslidden atheist. Well, hey, we haven't given up on you. There's always time to repent. So maybe we can help you out with that tonight.
It would be repenting too, because it'd be an about face.
Yep, that's what the word means. Trivia. I'm doing a lot of thumbs up tonight. I don't know why, but
it's because our president does. So it must be
Oh,
cool.
then I should maybe stop.
But he does like little baby thumbs ups because his hands are tiny.
There, sorry, I'll move my hands farther away from the camera so they look smaller. There. Oh, speaking of things further away from the camera, changed up my scented candle. Actually, I did last week, but I forgot to mention it. I mean, unless nobody noticed, then hey, I changed it up this week. It's I think like a apple cider scented. I'm trying.
Those just
my candle to try. I'm trying to summon some fall weather, I guess. Which at least here in Cincinnati, it's finally like not miserably hot today, which is
right. Nice. But for part of the day, I was working in a garage that is basically detached. It's like attached to the house, but like nothing. Simon Yap is watching.
Yeah. Welcome, Simon. Matt, do you know Simon?
I don't.
Oh, he
Simon
like
thinks we do.
no, I know him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Simon, much like probably like 90% of the people I know anymore, is someone I met through Derek Day. So yeah, I think I was watching while Derek had him on one of his live streams or with the chat, and now he's Facebook friends. So, but Simon is watching. So from where Simon is, it's actually tomorrow morning. He's in Malaysia, I believe. So,
That's crazy talk.
yeah. So let us know how the future is, Simon. We could use some good news if you.
Are we there yet?
All right. All right. So, what are you drinking tonight, Matt?
I'm drinking. What is it? Narragansett Lager. Which is apparently a beer you give your neighbors because it says, "Hi neighbor, real big, have a Gansett," for which is actually pretty cool for, like those of us who don't like to talk to people. But I'll give them a beer.
Yeah. Yeah, like in more ways than one, let the beer do the talking.
Yep.
That's
And it's actually
that's
really
what I
good.
do a lot of the time.
It's $8.50 for a 6-pack of Tall Boys.
Yeah, and it's 8:09 in Malaysia. So yeah, so 12 hours. That's kind of cool how it's exactly 12 hours like that. All right, so tonight I am once again pulling out the double Stein for the Oktoberfest beer, but this week
Double
instead
barrel.
of the Sierra Nevada, I'm back with the good old Samuel Adams Oktoberfest double.
We're getting close enough to September that I think I can start buying this.
Oh, I mean, I'm good with it anytime. Kind of like those people who like do Christmas stuff like way too early. Even as much as I hate that, like I'm all about doing the Oktoberfest beers as soon as they come out. It's mostly just because like Thanksgiving is actually like my favorite holiday, so I just get pissed that like Christmas keeps encroaching on its time. Like I don't even go like no Christmas till after Thanksgiving. I'm like no, in my house it's like no Christmas stuff until December. Like give Thanksgiving room to breathe because you probably need the time to breathe after all the eating you did. But
yeah, Thanksgiving is the respite before you get into everything, all the changes that are hard for people who don't like, especially temporary changes that are that drastic in your home. But we don't do decorations in my house. We often put our tree up super late, and it's artificial, so like we have no excuse.
Yeah, mine's artificial as well. Mine usually gets put up early, just mostly because my eldest daughter, like, she's very like motivated and excited about things. So
What's
I think if it
her?
didn't, I know she's like the most neurotypical in our family. So I very often feel very sorry for her. And hey, we got Spooky Bed Hair in the house again with the thumbs up.
I thought you said butt hair for a second. And I was like,
I got. There may be some spooky butt hairs. They will not
was
be
that
on
cartoon
the screen, but
called like Little Monsters? Is that what it was? Where the guy who he held up his eyeballs?
Yeah, I remember the show.
Like crazy armpit hair.
Yeah, I remember the show you're talking about. Yeah, it was like Little Monsters, something monsters like that. Yeah.
Well, when you said spooky butt hair, that's what I thought about. Was the armpit hair of that monster. And so
I dig it.
Yeah, it was a lot.
Whew. All right. So, anything else? So let's see. Oh, so we are live on the Facebook page. So thanks again with the thumb. Now I'm doing it subconsciously. So thanks for a reminder, Simon. We are on Facebook. We're also on YouTube. If people like following us there more, that's where we have a mod and a not spooky butt hair, but bed hair. Watching us on the YouTubes. We're also on Twitch. But if that sounds appealing, I mean, it sounds appealing to at least one spam bot every week.
Yeah, I was gonna say we have a pretty loyal following with bots over there.
Yeah, I still don't quite understand the Twitch, probably because I'm old. Is the fact that I now have 2 high schoolers is constantly reminding me. So, man. All right. So for the videos tonight, I got a few pulled up. We'll see how many we get to. The first one is from a channel called Big John Steele. But no, it's not that kind of channel. This
Yeah, I was
is
gonna
a
say, my goodness, that's a stage name
this
if I
is
ever
a
heard one.
he's a Christian YouTuber just with an awesome name. That's all. This video I actually saw. I think it was earlier today or yesterday. I don't remember. Time is only barely a thing in my head anymore. It was reacted to by the channel Mindshift, one of our favorite YouTube channels. If you guys aren't familiar with Mindshift on YouTube, go check it out. He's an atheist former Christian who does a really good job of breaking down different arguments. Like one of his favorite things to do is actually using the Bible itself to argue against Christianity and the Bible and different Christian views of God and whatnot. Yeah, really cool channel, really cool guy. I love his approach,
He
how he
must have
thinks.
been a
all that.
dick as a Christian. Just with how thorough he is,
Oh,
you know?
yeah,
Yeah.
But so yeah, check out Mindshift. But yeah, as he was watching this, like I was like, this seems. I feel like I have some thoughts on this too. Some things that maybe he mentions, other things maybe he didn't. I actually don't remember the whole thing. I just remember having thoughts.
I haven't
Then
seen it,
after,
so
yeah,
this will
so
be good.
yeah, it's good.
Pretty
It's
good.
from what I yeah from what I hear, we're usually pretty good. So okay, now I feel like I have to play the clip just so people know.
That was the highest praise from my professor in college from one of my design classes. I'd be like, "That's what." He's Japanese American, so he'd say, "It's very good." Also, he called me Matt Hill, all one word.
No.
Matt Hill, you are what? Late again.
Did you hear that one a lot? Did you? Yeah,
Yeah.
but speaking of how usually pretty good we are, I don't know if he's in the chat yet, but yeah, I feel like always a good time to show our little promo, courtesy of the one and only Dr. Kip Davis. So enjoy.
If you aren't subscribed to The Humanity, make sure you subscribe. They stream on Wednesday nights, and it's usually pretty good. But I hope you appreciate what I did for you.
Oh, yeah. I wondered where he went.
We're that fascinating.
I did that for you, my friend.
And be forever grateful, Kip. Thank you. All right. So, speaking of clips, that's something like just warning you now. I just recently realized that I could like pull clips from places and play them during the show. So, while I'm in the mood for that, this is probably what Kip is thinking of us right now after seeing us play.
You fucking people.
So, I have a feeling I may have plenty of places to use that one as well. So, all right. So, any other thoughts or words or facial expressions or reluctant gestures before we?
I'm distracted by my hair because I didn't comb it today, and then I worked and sweated a lot in the garage that was closed up on this nice day, but I was sweating in a garage. No, I have nothing.
Okay. Well, first, I just want to call this out. So, apparently, I want to be called Big Spooky Bed Hair from now on. So, in keeping with the thumbs up, so, Big Spooky Bed Hair.
That sounds like one of the extras in the background in Monsters Inc. You know, like that's one of the other monsters like walking through a door that we don't know who they are.
And I'm assuming spooky. That's in reference to Mr. Big John Steele.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of which, what say we hear what Mr. Big John Steele has to say about why he is no longer an atheist? So this is the real reason I left atheism. Keeps putting it on the wrong side.
I don't know if he does, but that looks like a face in need of a punch. Face in need of a fist. Just that expression right there, where he's frozen. God, words.
Yeah, I know. Words are the worst.
Does he actually got God?
I think so.
Where's he from? Tennessee.
I don't know. His accent doesn't sound too particular.
All right.
I guess I don't remember. Well, here. So, oh yeah, and also, I keep forgetting because we like to talk about what we're drinking. So, people in the chat, let us know whether you're watching now or watching later on replay. Let us know what you're drinking this evening as well. So, or in the morning in Simon's case. So, all right.
The God bumper stickers are still big in the South in certain places.
Yeah.
Because Got Milk is still funny.
Or so they think. Yeah. All right. So also, I guess let us know in the chat where you think he might be from based on whatever accent he may or may not have. Well, I guess everyone has an accent. But yeah. All right. Are we ready?
Yes.
Cool.
So have you ever been slapped by God?
If so, you may be entitled to compensation.
This actually happened to me. Not metaphorically, I mean like body slammed by the divine. I know.
So speaking of, you were saying he has a face in need of a fist. So apparently God agreed.
God agreed, yeah. But no, he's a face in need of a fucking body slam. That's what
Wait, Matt.
What?
Are you God?
You know, I've been wondering.
I have too. in the past 10 seconds, I have anyway. All right. So big spooky bed here, drinking cheap coffee with horrible aftertaste. Yep. Those two tend to go together. So.
Wait, is it like tastes like burnt, like that, like acrid burnt garbage kind of flavor, or is it that weird kind of cigarette butt flavor that some cheap coffees have, which is just weird?
Yeah, and some of them, it's not like cigarette butt, as in like the butt of a cigarette, but like cigarette and butt.
Or
like
if a cigarette had a butt.
Yes, that's like a person butt or elephant butt, perhaps. Anyway,
with spooky butt hair.
Big spooky. Hey, it's big spooky butt hair to you, Mister. So, all right. Well, we're all
big. Like Big Richard aluminum. That was so dumb. I liked it though.
Oh. Okay, you know how we can have like our names then plus like a little title on there? We should come up with something like that. Only for some reason it doesn't show our names when we're in this view, and I don't know why, and that annoys me. Anyway,
we're nameless now. Anybody's guess?
Well, I don't think I had him. I didn't have him active anyway. But yeah. Anyway, but people don't know. I'm Tommy, and that's Matt, and that's Big John Steele about to
Mr. Big to you.
Apparently, God just slapped the atheism right out of his dumb face. So let's see what that was all about.
He didn't got God.
I'm gonna back him up. Shit, maybe. Yep. All right.
Well, this actually happened to me. Not metaphorically, I mean like body slammed by the divine. I know, that sounds completely insane, but hear me out for a second. See, I was in a pretty dark place at the time. I was homeless, I was sleeping in the back of a gym, dealing with...
Okay, so based on his wording, I'm expecting him to be like, he said not metaphorically, like literally body slammed by God.
Yeah. So no.
I don't remember that part of the story when...
They're good.
When Feinstein was watching this before, but
you're gonna have to change the definition of the word literally in the dictionary. It's like an alternate definition where it's like it could also be used figuratively.
I think when the way it's usually used now is so someone will say something. Oh, I was literally blown away by this. It's like, no, you weren't. I think what people usually mean is they were literally what people mean when they say blown away. Does that make sense? So like the thing that people are metaphorically describing when they say they're blown away, I was literally that. I think I'm just trying to be charitable. But
they're saying I was literally an idiot. Like, that's nonsensical. Am I just being too autistic?
Hey, no such thing. At least not here on this show. So
yeah, my son goes to that kind of school now.
Yay. Ooh. And welcome in B.S. Lewis. God hit him with the rock bottom. I do get it. See,
Hey, he didn't
now I'm
smell what the
laughing.
Rock was cooking.
Uh-huh. Gave him the savior of the people's elbow. All right. Something, I don't know. All right, so uh, uh, so speaking of literally an idiom, let's continue.
Depression, the whole 9 yards. And then out of nowhere, this overwhelming presence just showed up. It wasn't just some warm, fuzzy feeling or a voice in my head. It's more like someone who was just bigger than reality walked into the room and was like, all right, that's enough, get up. And I'm not kidding, it changed me overnight. My friends literally started asking me, dude.
Wait, so
Why does he think it was God?
so that was him being literally body slammed, was a dude in a sheet walking in and saying, hey, get up. Like, I'm confused.
It sounds like his brain just switched. Like he had an epiphany,
Yeah.
or he had enough.
Yeah. Yeah.
But he's like, it was definitely God. I don't see, even like as a Christian, why that's good. To like, it's a good assumption.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like that can be lots of things. So
I bet the parts of the story he's leaving out is where like other things that like could have contributed to just his mind changing. He's leaving out, like conversations with people. Maybe he wrestled with some stuff like mentally, emotionally, and now like he was doing better and learned like big recovery. And I mean, you don't have to be Christian to have that. So I don't know why he's saying must be God.
yeah. Well, yeah, and this is something that Brandon on Mindshift brought up, and I've heard lots of people talking about these kinds of testimonies where someone said they used to be an atheist, but
Those are my favorite, my new
Christian.
favorite now.
Yeah, but sorry, Spooky distracted me there. Now I can't think of anything else. Well, I guess he started with the rock bottoms. I guess they work out. So, but
hey,
yeah, so these.
Hey, everybody's rock bottom is somebody else's, like rainbows and flowers. So,
Yep.
I don't know. It was half a thought. It just came out.
It was a good half. Good.
Oh, man, I'll be impressed when it finishes.
Keep us posted.
It won't happen.
So, all right. So this is something Brandon on Mindshift was talking about, and again, I've heard a lot of other atheists say this as well. When these kinds of testimonies of Christians who say they used to be atheists after growing up Christian, then becoming atheist, again, like not to be flippant or like go too quickly in the whole like no true Scotsman, like no true atheist if you were kind of thing. But a lot of times it really does sound like, were they really atheists? Like, did they really understand what that means? And or was that Christian upbringing still the thing in them that seemed more normal? So that's why it was so easy apparently for them to flip back to it, because they just kind of kept a lot of that similar mindset. I don't know.
It usually how they usually describe it is they like kind of like fell away from the faith, but that was it. Like there wasn't like learning a whole lot more about like the Bible or the arguments for and against, like things that like somebody is an atheist and they would say I'm an atheist. They usually have like some kind of reasons. And
See, now if I were to like pull the move that a lot of Christian apologists do when they're discussing people who are atheists who claim to be former Christians, so like, then I would say something like, well, I don't think they were really truly atheists. I don't think they really understood it intellectually. Maybe it's like, did they read Christopher Hitchens? I doubt it. Like
I don't know the way they describe their past, and like the two that I've seen, the people grew up like with like pastor parents, and then they're like, then I was an atheist, and then I went back to Christianity, and I'm like, no shit, you did. Like that was ingrained in you.
Yeah.
Like that's
Right.
not surprising at all.
Right.
It would be more surprising if you didn't. And
Mhm.
this doesn't mean God's real. It just means like you were a lot more comfortable like biologically with like
Right.
that context.
Right. All right. But also, hey, how's it going, Ember? Welcome.
Oh yeah,
Good to
haven't
see
seen
you.
you in a while.
Yeah. I've seen you in chats and other shows like recently. So yeah, good to see you here. Thanks for coming.
Good
Aren't
to see
the same guys who say there's no such thing as an atheist the ones claiming I used to be an atheist? Sometimes I honestly I don't know what this guy's stance on whether atheists are actually a thing or not. I mean,
Sometimes they're like that, but usually it's
there is a lot of crossover there. Mm-hmm.
the one guy we watched last week or a couple weeks, whenever that was. He had a like hello fellow kids vibe when talking to atheists.
Yeah.
I don't like when somebody like they're like I was an atheist for 5 minutes, and then they think that gives them street cred with atheists, and we're just supposed to like treat them like we're safe with them.
Right. Well, I mean, if that's I was a Christian for 35 years, so what? All right. All right. So let's listen to more of this guy getting bitch slapped by the divine for some reason.
And I'm not kidding. It changed me overnight. My friends literally started asking me, dude, what happened to you? You're like a different person. Look, I get it. If I walked up to you on the street and said, hey, God slapped me in the face, you'd probably call 911 and get me some help. But here's the thing that got me thinking.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, probably. But
I missed what he said because I was fighting with Echo. So fill me in.
He's talking about how like his friends like after this thought like, oh, you're a totally different person, but he's like, no, I know if I were to come up to you on the street and say, hey, God slapped me in the face, you'd put me in a padded room like this or whatever he said. Like,
no, I just wouldn't talk to you. Stop being so melodramatic.
Right, yeah.
Millions, if not billions of people throughout time and around the world have claimed to have an experience with God. That's not just a few random breakdowns. That's actually data, right? Now, does that prove?
Now,
yes,
if you're going to include that as data, then you're also going to have to include all the people who had experiences with other gods that are like not yours,
right?
Or people from other religions. Like people said they had an experience with Muhammad, or people had an experience with Krishna, or people had an experience with the Buddha, people had an experience with Elvis, like all kinds of things. So if you're just going to say people claim to have an experience with it, therefore it's true, but my God is the most truest of the true things that are true.
There's a mini documentary on YouTube called Spiritual Witnesses that I was introduced to via YouTube from London Storm, which is also an awesome name. And it's people in all different religions talking about their conversion experience. And they say the same kind of things across the board. And yes, they had something real happen to them. Like that was an experience they went through. I don't doubt that. But depending on where these people are from, like the context they give to it is heavily dependent on whatever the regional religion is.
I'm sorry, I'm just laughing at this. An experience with this guy's mom. Oh,
yeah, you did.
But yeah, his friend said you're different. He left out, not in a good way. Thank you, BS.
You're less of a dick now, but also you're creepy. You're like happy creepy,
right? Yeah. All right. Let's let him continue.
God exists to you? Probably not. But it's convincing for those who go through it. And if even one of those encounters is the real deal,
low bar Bill,
that changes everything. So that person,
right? And that one that was real was a person who had an experience with Thor. So
Also,
Hail
all that
Odin,
proves
son.
is that God is the friend of this one guy, and not everyone else. So
Yeah.
sure, like that does change everything. There's a whole lot of questions now, and now we're like, how do we defend ourselves from this guy's
Yeah, that's
imaginary friend?
that's like me showing up to Matt or however it was like that happened that we like became friends. Like if one of us just came to the other one and said, "Hey, we should be friends," it's like using that as evidence. Oh, see, they want to be everyone's friend because like no, that was just one encounter. So
It's like
see,
I had this
that makes sense.
experience, and if you don't agree this was real, it invalidates my experience. So I have to try to convince you that this is also your God that caused me to have this
Mhm.
very human experience that lots of people have. That seems to be more endemic to people than a
Right.
religion.
Right, because facts don't care about your feelings, but they do care about mine. So please treat it as fact.
But okay, so all right, there's another angle that you could take with what he's saying, where he's like, it happens to a lot of people, so it must be real. And this kind of thing happens to lots of people across the planet. Um, we need to look into like I know neuroscientists have already done this, but like look into like why are people having the same experience? And if it can't be explained by the brain, then you like look into okay, like what is it outside of the brain that's doing this, instead of jumping to, well, these guys in the Bronze Age had it figured out, so that's probably the answer, and we should just stop trying to find out what's actually true with the science.
Right, right. Yeah, all right. So Simon raises an interesting point. Let's see what you think of this, Matt. So you cannot become an atheist until you are into some form of religion. Atheism is a choice of the logical mind. It is the discovery and conclusion of studies. What this person is saying is subjective. It's an experience. It's hormonal, not logical. I guess, like, so whether you can be an atheist, whether that requires you being into some form of religion, I guess that kind of depends on how you define atheist. For me, the way I've defined it is just not believing in God, which I mean by that way of looking at it, I wouldn't say it requires any sort of prior like in-depth experience with the religion. It just means you're not convinced. Maybe you just have zero experience with religion and therefore you have no thought of God, so you don't believe in one. But I guess maybe if you're just meaning to the point of where you're actually trying to make arguments against certain forms of religion, then yes, I would say you would at least need to be familiar with it, and at least enough to be able to make logical arguments about it.
I would say the degree to which you're invested in religion previously is directly proportional to how enthusiastic you are about being atheist.
Oh, that could be, yes.
So it's like a
But
spectrum.
yeah, but I think Simon's definitely making a good point about like what Big John Steele here is saying is like yeah, this is a very subjective experience. Like it could be hormonal or just some sort of other like psychological. It could have been like, I mean, I hate to say things like this person's just delusional. Like I don't know, like what he experienced. Like he said he experienced a thing. I'll take him at his word, whatever it was. But yeah, it's like, and like he said, this doesn't necessarily prove that God exists, because that's something that I think a lot of Christians will agree. Like the personal experience thing, like while it can be very convincing for the person who experienced it, even a lot of Christians who have these experiences will admit, like, yeah, this isn't going to convince someone else who didn't have this experience. But so, I mean, I guess I can respect that, but yeah,
It's possible it's a delusion. It's like an artifact of, I mean, it looks like it's probably an artifact of brain chemistry. That it's just our experience of what happened in our brain.
mm-hmm.
So it can be a delusion, but it doesn't mean it's directly dysfunctional. I mean, indirectly dysfunctional it is.
Yeah.
Like it will hurt you eventually.
Well, yeah, for sure. Yeah. That bird's making me chuckle. I think that my invisible friend is doing a fine job keeping me safe from his invisible friend. His invisible friend has never even got close to me. Well, good for you. I wish I could stay the same. My invisible friend being Satan, because people don't know, I guess I'm what you might call a cultural Satanist.
Yeah.
As in, I officially belong to
carrying.
as in I officially belong to the Satanic Temple and definitely agree with a lot of their comments. I just don't consider myself necessarily like a practicing Satanist. I don't really think about it very much at all, actually.
We have the swag, but
Oh, yes.
these are the tenets. I like how it looks like it's a postcard. You like send it to somebody, and be like, "Wish you were here."
in the Satanism, yeah. But Ember makes another good point. Technically, all our experiences are just brain chemistry.
True. No, like
Fair
what
enough.
we think is real is just our experience of the math of the universe filtered through a people.
Yeah.
It is a simulation, but it's a simulation created by our filter. That is
Right.
us.
And it is representing real things, just like I could say, like on my computer screen right now, like Matt is not actually here, like 2 feet in front of my face, and what I'm hearing from him is not his actual voice. It's just like his voice through his microphone, through wires, out to fucking space and back, and through more wires and into my little earbud here. But the way I'm interacting with these things as if it is him, like that works. And I'm assuming he's having that similar experience on his end. So, yeah. So there is real things behind it. But so it's like, but this is all like through my computer, which is the filter, and then through my earbud, and then more filtering through my brain and such and all that. But yeah.
Well, before I get to B.S. Lewis's thing, I wanted to. That reminded me of a thing I watched on YouTube, and I think it's real because this guy seemed pretty autistic about it. So,
That's
how like birds and small animals and stuff, they move all twitchy. It looks like they're moving really stinking fast. The way their flicker rate that they see things with their eyes, like their eyes perceive things in flashes, and it's like when the LED lights actually like have a flicker rate, they're not on constantly,
right?
But it's faster than our brains can pick up, so it just registers as being solidly on to us.
Yeah.
But like birds and stuff, they see things, they experience time faster, so they think they're moving like we think we're moving, but their experience of time is faster. I know, right?
Yeah.
Google, who wants to give them money and data?
Right, yeah. See, Simon's watching us on Facebook. He knows what's up.
Oh,
so
like choose your fighter, choose your oligarch.
Pretty much. All right.
Samurai Showdown.
Yeah. But speaking of, before we get to what BS said, let's get to what BS said. His invisible friend literally laid the smack down.
Yeah, it's
Big
weird
John
how
Steele. That does sound like a wrestler name. Maybe that's why he was going with that.
Oh yeah, he doesn't look that big. Also, it's weird he used like abuse imagery and metaphor to describe God saving him.
Yeah.
He
interesting.
Beat the holy into you.
Yes, incandescent lights also flicker in time with the pulses of the power grid. Yeah, too fast for most eyes, but cameras can catch it. Yes. Also the same with like TV and like computer screens or phone screens. Like they have a certain like refresh rate. That's why, especially on like older model TVs, you can tell if you're filming it like with a camera or phone or whatever. You see like the black line kind of like floating down. So yeah.
What if interdimensional beings are really they just exist on a different flicker rate than us? I don't know. That's not real.
Also, speaking of which, I didn't actually see this, but my older brother saw this performance once. It was like this like dance group. I don't remember if this was all they did, or at least like for one performance, they had like a strobe light that was flashing at a certain like pace, but they were dancing at the same pace so that their feet were only on the ground when it was off. Whoa. So since while the light was on, they were off the ground, so it looked like they were literally just like floating around. It was like really cool.
Amazing.
So yeah, so I need to look that up. But all right, so further explanation from Simon here. Sorry about your face, Matt. The point I'm making is this: people like this guy are virgin atheists. They have never had encounters like these we did, yet we had to struggle to free ourselves from these kind of experiences. So this person never had a religious experience. Oh, sorry, this continues. Hence, never an atheist because he was never a theist. Now, I don't remember how much he goes into his story of when he was a Christian before. So honestly, I don't know if he like had experiences like this or not. But
if he's wearing that shirt, I think he grew up Christian.
yeah, but whether or not he would have had some kind of actual experience beforehand, like I said, I don't think he mentions anything like that. So yeah, it's possible that he just.
It sounds like it was at least not like that.
Yeah. So. Ooh, so this is interesting. I appreciate how much everyone is sidetracking us because I'm finding this fascinating. There is a hypothesis that the entire universe flickers. That between Planck seconds, yes, there
Planck
just
second,
isn't any
or Planck
isn't any universe. I
Sorry,
think
I'm
like
interrupting.
it's all right. Yeah. I've heard it because it's a guy's name. I've heard it pronounced Planck, but yeah. Yeah, we don't notice because we are made of universe stuff, so we flicker too. Ooh. Am I flickering right now?
Kind of like how electrons exist in a cloud of possibility. Excuse me. Until you try to measure it, and then it's in a place.
Yeah. But Chad, let me know if I'm flickering right now. I'm curious. But speaking also like to further sidetrack us, because why the fuck not at this point? I heard an interesting hypothesis a while ago about like relating to like different theories about like electrons, but I don't remember how well founded this theory or how many people actually think it's possible, but just I love the fact that it's at least plausible enough that someone could actually come up with a theory. But the theory is that there in the entire universe there's actually only one electron, but it just keeps like being everywhere. At least from our perspective, like all at once, because time is weird.
Is God an electron?
well, but still, electrons aren't like absolutely everywhere. There still are places where there are no. But
so what you're saying is God can't. What's that guy's name?
Tom Ord.
Yeah, and I just want to be like, oh, okay. So what you're saying is there's a pantheon of gods and he's just one of them? Because if God can't, he's not the top one. It seems like regressive thinking theologically.
Yeah, it's for people who aren't familiar with Thomas Ord and his book God Can't. It's basically his attempt at solving the problem of evil. Basically, it's like, bad stuff happens because God just can't stop it. Because part of it, I don't remember if this was the full thing, but it's that whole like God can't violate our free will. So if people choose to do bad things, he can't stop it. I don't know what that says about like natural disasters and illness and plagues and stuff. So I guess
he can violate his free will. Because if he can't, then that means that like there's a choice he can't make.
Right. So again, this goes back to one of my things like with the problem of evil. It's like, why couldn't God just make it so we just can't do this terrible stuff? Like that's not violating our free will because there's already tons of shit I can't do, even if it's stuff I want to do and would choose to do if I can. Like I already have all kinds of limitations. Just give me that limitation. But
what if we're just like allowed to be jerks, but we're not allowed to commit schmiticide? You know?
Right. I like how you pronounced that. That was good.
I know. I like.
Thank you. Thank you. The algorithm appreciates it as well. But so first of all, I'm glad because I've talked about this several times, but I've never heard anyone else hear of it. So I was like, did I imagine that? But apparently this is a thing. So thank you, Ember, for confirming that. It is a bit wacky because it needs to go back in time somehow and also interact with stuff, right?
Well, you're assuming back in time as a concept. Like, what if time as a linear thing is just our filtered perception of it?
Yeah. See,
and it really is everything all at once.
Yeah, that's what propaganda like Back to the Future movies would have you think, that you can go back in time.
But it's still linear.
Lewis sang about. Yeah. Anyway, so Big John Steele's been waiting patiently while we've been tangenting. So, all right. Well, he's been waiting. I don't know.
Personal experience, well, it opened a door. But what I found when I looked outside that door, that's what we're really here to talk about. Picture this, you walk into the woods, you look around for maybe a minute. You don't see any deer, so you turn around and you walk back out and say, well, I guess deer don't exist. That would be ridiculous, right? But that's honestly what atheism feels like to me. We got a massive...
And I don't understand atheism confirmed. So, so Matt, is atheism like just like walking outside for 2 seconds, not seeing a deer and saying, "Oh, deer must not exist"? Is that?
Well, if you really don't want to be an atheist and you want to think about it for like all of 2 seconds, yes.
It's like, okay, like,
what is this thing where Christians think like using bad metaphors is a winning argument? Like, I don't understand.
yeah, it's like, yeah, the worse the metaphor, the better the apologetic. Apparently, that
Like,
seems
how
to
many
be the
terrible
thing.
metaphors are happening every Sunday in church that these people think this is what professionals do, and this is what the smarty smarts in the faithy faith think is what
Yeah.
like.
Yeah, the big brain faithers. Yeah, but good point here by BS. We'll give props to this guy on a well produced video. Yeah,
There's a lot going on in this background for
Mhm.
me. I think this soundproofing stuff on the wall that's a little bit too much for my eyes. That's the ADHD.
yeah. Plus, but what's bothering me is this door over here on the right that's like open. But I'm like, why is that door open? It's bothering me.
You know what's bothering me about that is that the angle that his camera is at makes his room look all like Funhouse crooked.
Oh, So atheism being just like stepping outside for 2 seconds, not seeing a deer and saying they don't exist. Like, okay, we know that's ridiculous. One, because, and this is something that Brandon on Mindshift brought up, is like, we have actual evidence that deer exists. Like, so that deer exist and a deer exists, because deer is singular and plural. So it was fucking with my head.
Well, they're herd animals, so it makes sense.
Right. So, but like we know for lots of others, so that's why we know that that's a ridiculous thing to say about deer. Also, the way deer are, like, they tend to not want to be around people.
Yeah, there was
So
one in the
it's
backyard
very-
tonight. He was super spooked.
Yeah, so it makes sense that when people go outside in places that people normally are, and we don't see deer, like, yeah, that's common. Like, we don't expect to see deer. But again, this is something I
expect to see deer in my little like urban suburb.
Yeah, well, you do. Well, it literally is Deer Park. So
yeah.
And I actually have there's like a family of deer that goes through my backyard a lot too. But again, this is something I harp on all the time. Like, when people talk about, like, well, you atheists are expecting too much evidence for God. And like, but you'll accept scant evidence for other things. Well, because it's all about the nature of the thing you're proposing. And based on what you're proposing, the kind of evidence you would expect. If you're proposing to us an all-powerful, all-present, all-loving God who apparently wants us to know he exists, so we shouldn't have to put in too much effort. It should just be obvious based on what you're telling us. So for me, like, I don't know what atheist ever just tried looking for God for 3 seconds. Like, most atheists I know are people like me who like came from religion, like whether it's Christianity or otherwise, and on their way out of it, it wasn't just a matter of a few seconds. It was like months, if not years, of trying to find God, like looking for him everywhere, like begging him, like, please show up. I want to see you somewhere, somehow. Just give me something. And after, like, in my case, just getting tired of waiting, being like, all right, fuck it. Like, but to compare that to just stepping outside for 3 seconds. Well, I don't see a deer. I guess they're not there. Like, to me, it'd be offensive if it wasn't so fucking ridiculous, you know?
Yeah, I think this is a tell on his own experience, because what he did was he had that experience where he's like looking around he's like, God, where are you? I'm in a dark night of the soul. And then God doesn't show up, and he's like, well, must be no God. And and then doesn't think about it too hard for much longer, and then gets super easily convinced back into it because he didn't want to leave. And the way he's like, he's not exactly chastising atheists, but he's not being exactly kind. This, he's pissed at himself that he was an atheist for a minute. And so now he needs to like tell other people, because conservatively minded people, accusations about other people tend to be a confession about themselves.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, Christians and conservatives, and especially conservative Christians. Yeah. But but now back to the fun facts. Deer, like much wildlife, are repelled by the smell of our detergents. Deer raised around our unnatural odors, like petting zoos, have no issues with human proximity. Yeah, that must be like I said. We got some that come through my neighborhood, like they're in my backyard all the time. Like the mother like will have like little babies, and they'll even leave the young deer just like in my backyard, like it's a playpen or something. 'Cause it's all fenced in, so it's like they just leave them there for the day while they go out, and then
that's a compliment.
Yeah,
because for like an animal is preyed upon, letting you know that your not neighborhood, but your yard is safe. They don't think you're a threat. That's the highest compliment you can get from a deer.
And it means a lot, my dear. Anyway,
they shit all over our backyard. My wife went out to cut the grass, and she's out there with our dog pooper scooper from when we had a dog. There's just shit everywhere in our yard.
Yeah, mine too. All right. Oh, we got rabbits too. So
yeah, me too. They come out and say hi when I'm high.
Yeah, they're the best. All right, so let's get back to him explaining like atheism is like just stepping outside and not seeing a deer for 3 seconds and saying there are no deer. So apparently this was his version of atheism, which again is like, dude, you sucked at being an atheist. I mean,
talk about a straw man.
Yeah. And like, I don't want to do, and again, not doing the whole like no true atheist, no true Scotsman or whatever, but like, but if this is what he thinks atheism is, then I'm really skeptical of how his atheism was, as weird as that sounds to say, but yeah.
You'll know an atheist by his fruit.
Or lack thereof. We actually have vegetables.
No, the fruits of the spirit. Most
universe
of them are
with billions
sweet.
of
What's that?
Fruits of the spirit, most of them are pretty sweet. It's just called being a healthy person.
Right. And I found for the most part, I have them more since leaving Christianity. But anyway.
Ridiculous, right? But that's honestly what atheism feels like to me. We got a massive universe with billions of galaxies.
Well, then feel better, but not in a good way.
Facts don't care about your feelings.
Dimensions we can't even wrap our heads around. And we've explored maybe 0.0001% of it. And then we're like, yep, definitely no God here. Now I know what you're...
Okay, because this is a form of another common argument I've heard trying to refute atheism, where, remember we did a video about this guy like a while ago, or maybe I don't remember if you were here for this, Matt, but it was this argument like how you can like destroy atheism in under 2 minutes or whatever, and this guy who like had this story about when he was debating the top atheist at this atheist club at this local university, so it was totally true.
Wait, was that his nuts in the Hawaiian shirt in Kentucky?
No, this guy was British.
Oh, that.
Well, maybe
face guy.
Well, maybe we'll get to that video later if we have time, depending on what else we get through. Because I don't think
the
you
curb,
were
right? That guy?
No, not off the curb.
Man, well, I'm fresh out of British people.
Happens to the best of us. But he talked about like he drew this circle and like talking to the top atheist dude. He's like, now, so this circle represents all knowledge in the universe, and he's like, now color in the part of the circle that represents your knowledge. So he just like, kind of marked in like a small portion of it. It's like, yeah, I mean, I know a lot, but yeah, there's a lot I don't know. It's like, oh, okay, so this is all you know. Like, so basically, he was trying to say, well, could God exist somewhere in this wealth of knowledge that you don't have? And it's like, well, yeah, sure. Oh, so and what he thought was like a slam dunk. Oh, so you're not an atheist, you're an agnostic, and therefore one step closer to knowing my Jesus, which is one of the dumbest lines I think I've ever heard in my entire fucking life. But
it's one step sideways.
Like, so, but here's my response to that. So this argument is saying like there's all this like vastness of things that we don't know, and their argument is like, well, what if God is there? Well, my argument is, well, if God wants to know me, why isn't he in the things that I know? Like what's he doing out there? like that's a shit argument. So
what's he doing out there? Not doing the things he said he'd do here.
Right. Like for literally.
So anybody who comes to you with a camera and a whiteboard, do not talk to them. They're up to no good.
Yes, God of the very big gaps, but only the gaps.
Well, that's how you find the biggest God.
The God to fill the biggest gaps.
He's always hiding in the last biggest place you didn't look.
Fuck. But yeah, that's
essentially what he's saying. He's in the last biggest place you didn't look. What if he's over there? He's like, well, he's not fucking everywhere, like he said. Fuck off.
And he's not where I am, so he apparently doesn't care about me. So all right, fair enough. But yeah, this is most apologetics boils down to you can't prove there isn't a God. So there. Man, Simon's got to go to work. I guess that's the responsible thing to do. But
yeah.
Well, have a good day, Simon, and we'll catch you later, dude. So, yeah, fill those holes. I mean,
all right.
Yeah, see last week's video about when we were discussing the Crossroads sermon, talking about Jesus and Thomas sharing a very intimate moment about touching holes. And yes, anyway, so God could be out there and all these things we don't know, eh?
You're thinking atheism isn't claiming that God doesn't exist. It's just the lack of belief in God here. Now I know what you're thinking. Atheism isn't claiming that God doesn't exist. It's just the lack of belief in a God. Okay.
So at least he is aware of that definition, which I will props for that, honestly, because a lot of Christians don't seem to understand that.
Also, like the pork pie hat that he's got on, that atheist guy. Like,
oh yeah, with the fedora. Yeah,
I kind of want to say fair play. Like if you're gonna like an intellectual asshole, like yeah, that's the kind of hat.
Right. Which, come to think of it, the only person I actually know in real life who has a hat like that is my very Christian older brother.
Oh man,
so,
that makes a lot of sense.
So yeah. Anyway, so he's going to say, okay, I know that that's a definition of atheism. It could just be a lack of belief. Okay, at least he is aware of that. But let's see if he can still fuck this up.
But is it though? Because according to Stanford and
yes, it is.
I want to hear what he's going to get wrong about this Stanford study.
Yeah. Right. So, well, it's not a Stanford study. It's just a Stanford definition. So it's not even a study. So,
but wait, a definition for like what? Like, you know how they define terms at the beginning of research? Like,
I don't know. Let's find out.
Flipping dictionary? Like, what's going on?
See, I'd be able to answer, but I cut him off too soon. So.
Oh.
It's just the lack of belief in a God. Okay, but is it though? Because according to Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, atheism actually means the proposition that God does not exist.
Okay, first of all, that is the philosophical definition. Just like, but the thing is, like, words can mean different things in different contexts. Just like how one thing we talk about a lot is why in science the word theory means something very different than what we use it colloquially as. Because like we say theory, really the closest, like I guess, scientific analog to that is usually they would say hypothesis. When people in regular conversation think, well, I have a theory, that means like, well, I have a guess or I have an idea of what might be the case. But in science, theory is like as high and as close to sure as they can get. So things like evolution theory, germ theory, gravitational theory, atomic theory, that means we're as sure as we can be, because in science that we can't actually prove things. But okay, but here's the thing, and this is something that Brandon on Mindshift pointed out. He's only mentioning the part that he highlighted here. That was bold of him to actually put this whole page or this whole
Bold or
screenshot on
stupid?
screen, because here's the part he didn't mention. For those, if you can't read at home, I'll read it here. The word atheism is polysemous. It has multiple related meanings.
So for clarity, we're going to use it this way, basically.
No, but in the psychological sense of the word, atheism is a psychological state, specifically the state of being an atheist, where an atheist is defined as someone who is not a theist. An atheist is defined as someone who believes that God exists or that there are gods. This generates the following definition. Atheism is a psychological state of lacking the belief that God exists. So he's saying that that's not really what atheism means, while showing a fucking article and definition of atheism saying that that can be one of the things that it means. And he literally put it on screen.
And for the purpose of philosophical arguments, I'm sure they divided this from agnosticism just for the sake of clarity in discussions, because philosophy discussions can get like pretty mathematical with their structures, and clarity is important. So cell phone there, my dude.
And also, sorry I missed this comment. Exhibit 2 for why Jesus was trans. He got fingered in his hole. Yep. And it was consensual. He offered it. So.
All those pictures of Jesus, he's got soft hands.
And my friend Dan, who's a stand-up comedian, says like Jesus is his favorite cross-dresser. So. Get it? Shout out to Dave.
I mean, really, all he was wearing was that loincloth and the cross. So that was...
He also has a joke about how Jesus didn't bite his nails; he kept them in.
You're laughing at torture. No, I'm laughing at a caricature of torture.
Yes. Anyway, so
deeply, Rube.
All right, so Ember, with some more fun things about words. So actually, it means without a god. It's Greek. That's what those were. Nah. I guess that might be like atheos, but and again, this is just my understanding. I'm not necessarily disagreeing, but my understanding, like theism is not. So atheism isn't just without God, because to me, theism means like a belief in God. So to me, that's why it means like without a belief in God. But I mean, I could be wrong.
Like without a God and without a belief in a God. But more specifically, the belief.
But yeah, you could be convinced all the gods were real, but if you personally aren't directly venerating one or more, you'd still be an atheist. Yeah. So yeah, I guess by that definition, yeah. So it's like, yeah, I believe they're out there, just I'm not claiming any of them. So I am without a God. That makes sense. Because I do remember in certain contexts, like in the ancient, like Greek and Roman maybe world, like you were considered an atheist if you just didn't believe in their gods. Like they would just call you an atheist. Whether or not you had your own gods or not, they still called you an atheist because you didn't believe in theirs. So yeah. So all this to say, the word atheism can have a lot of different meanings, contrary to what this guy is saying, but the opposite of contrary to the thing he's showing on screen.
Speaking of being contrary, I think that any God that has people who believe in it exists, but it exists in the minds of those people. And it exists as a very real thing with very real influence, but like doesn't exist outside the brain side.
Yeah, this is a thing I've heard, like it expresses like the distinction between existing and having existence. So like things exist in that sense, but in that sense, that doesn't mean it has existence. So if that makes sense. So all right.
You just don't want to. You just want to sin.
Well, true. I mean, in that I want to do plenty of things that Christians consider sin. Yes.
But then why would I waste all this time having these opinions and being atheist? Why wouldn't I just sin? Like, I mean, plenty of Christians do that just fine. There's a line from the lead singer of Paramore has a newer song. The lyrics, I don't really like her, but this song gets good lyrics. Like people believe on God, something like they believe in God on Sunday, but then they say they believe in God, but they act like he's not watching.
Yep. That checks out. Yeah, as Ember says here, I like this. Even if he weren't cherry picking, definition fights are always weak sauce because they amount to an argument from authority. Yeah, that's why I just like to go with what another one of our favorite YouTubers, Paulogia, has said. And I don't know if he came up with this or if he got it from somewhere, but he's where I heard it from. He says, words don't have definitions, they have usages.
Yeah.
So that's why for me, like in conversation, if someone tells me they're an atheist, like I want to know what they mean by that. Same like if someone tells me they're a Christian, because Christian also means a fuck ton of different things. Basically, if all someone tells me is they're a Christian, that tells me almost nothing, really. So it's all about like, okay, about actually talking with the person. Okay, what do you mean by that? Or if someone tells me, yeah, all kinds of things. Like I would need to know, okay, what do you mean by that?
I think this guy means that he was angry at God. You know that like clap back there, what they always have? Well, you're just angry at God. How can you be angry at God if he doesn't exist? Well, so you were angry at God and you thought therefore he doesn't exist? Like, is that what happened to him?
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. All right, well let's let him continue doing things horribly. So yeah, I just cannot get over the fact that he's like, oh, does atheism mean that? I don't think it does, and then proceeds to show a thing saying, yes, that is one of the things that atheism means. Fucking dumbass. All right. But let's just hear him talk about just the part of the page that he highlighted, and that's the only part he actually wants you to know exists. So,
okay.
He is an A, the rest of this paragraph is.
So you can't just sit on the fence all day with atheism. But fine, let's play that game. Let's just say,
fuck you, I can't. Like says
Emperor of atheism.
like just because you don't like it, that's what I
doesn't mean we can't.
Yeah, it's like
said his white privilege.
Right? Yeah, this is something, maybe this is just like the existentialist in me, but that's how I get like anytime people say like, well, you can't live your life that way. It's like talking about all kinds of things. Like, sure,
watch me now.
Like you just may not find it preferable, but yeah, people can live their lives however the fuck.
Yeah, here I am pulling it off.
Yeah. Oh, hey, Kip's here. Maybe he just woke up.
Don't speak that way about Mr. Big John Steelpecker. Also, I mean, he does without brag too much.
Yes, methinks the gentleman does not protest too much.
Because Mr. Small John Smurf House doesn't. It's a reference to. Is that? Did I tell you that? Or
I have no idea what you're talking about, but that's hilarious.
Apparently, a certain leader of a certain country has a chode of a member, like a mushroom, a toadstool, even, or a Smurf house.
Yeah, it's like a current president of the United States who shall remain unnamed. Yes,
could be anyone.
Yeah. Go on.
So, yeah, That's how I described to my son that whole situation. I'm like, yeah, he's got a pecker like a Smurf house. And he goes,
right. So thank you, Kip, for we were actually wondering this earlier, like where this guy's from. So apparently he's Canadian. But can we send him across the border? Will you guys take him? He's not even as fashy as most Republicans. I mean, that's a pretty low bar, though.
I mean, ICE is hiring. Apparently, they'll take anyone.
Oh.
There's no age limit on the upper end.
Apparently, Dean Cain even qualifies.
Right, racist grandpas.
Yeah,
sign him up.
But also, Kip, congratulations on. I don't know. Is your new book out yet? I don't know. I feel like a bad.
Does Kip matter yet? Does he have a book out?
Like, is Gnostic Informant going to have to update his videos? Like, Kip Davis has written one book, even though it's
he'll know True
well
Scotsman that. He'll be like, it's not really a book.
Well, is it really a book? You can't even read it. All the words are like marked out in red. So. That's on the cover. Have you seen the cover of his book?
No, I haven't.
Ooh, it's pretty cool. I like it. Maya Atkinson apparently isn't a fan, but I like it. Anyway.
Well, I don't know who that is. That person doesn't matter.
She's at least watched our show once. I've
really?
seen her in the chat before. Yeah. But apparently she didn't remember it because then when I was on with Nitty, like literally a couple weeks later, she's like, "Who's this?" I'm like,
Tell us you have a substance issue without telling us you have a substance issue. I'm not saying that is a thing. It was just funny to say it. Unless you like sleep binges, YouTube.
That could be. Anyway, so what was I just heard a beep in my ear. I guess it's just a computer thing, not anything here. All right. So I'm going to back this guy up because I forget what. Oh, yes. How we can't sit on the fence with atheism, apparently.
Because these highlighted words.
So you can't just sit on the fence all day with atheism. But fine, let's play that game. Let's just say you lack the belief in God. Okay, cool. Why do you lack that belief? Well, I haven't seen enough evidence. Really?
Yeah.
Is he just going to go really, like, the incredulity of it all?
Well, because see, Matt, have you looked at the trees? Come on, be honest.
Don't try that Glenn Beck school of arguing on me. Have you seen that clip where he's like, he can't be a fredophile. He just that's absurd. Moving on, and then like that was his argument.
No,
like
I haven't seen that. Oh fuck!
Why the fredophile in chief isn't such? And he's just like it can't be number two. But no, he did the whole thing too, where he's like, really, that's what you think. And then moved on. And it's like, fellow kids, like, hate to thinking with me. And
someone needs to tell Glenn Beck that facial expressions are not arguments. So, see, Maya is one of Spooky's biggest fans.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, and she's on, what is it, Bad Science Sunday with Dr. Tapioca Weasel. A fine YouTube program. So
it's like saying Dr. Led Zeppelin. It's like Dr. Penis reference.
What?
Tapioca Weasel?
Yeah,
that sounds like a euphemism. It's very creative.
Well, well, hey, maybe you should watch maybe this coming Sunday. I think they're on every Sunday. Yeah, check it out. It's good times. All right. Almost as fun as Budget Scripture Saturday with Kip Davis. And Maya's usually in that chat too. And also featuring Dr. Tapioca Weasel. He's busy on the weekends.
Also, if your weasel's shooting like root pellets, I don't know, get it looked at.
Right? Yes. Anyway. Ooh, this week with Ember. Awesome.
My goodness, we're like everybody else's show's after party.
I dig it.
Yeah,
all right.
I like that niche.
We're a niche. All right, so let's talk about why this guy doesn't think we shouldn't not be convinced.
Sinister Fedora Man.
Yes.
Really, would you say the same thing about aliens? Would you say you don't believe in aliens because NASA hasn't personally called you? Or do you think
Wait.
What the hell?
Since when is the standard for believing in aliens whether or not NASA personally calls you? But yes, for a lot of people, they do say, I don't believe in aliens because I haven't seen enough evidence that they exist. That's also, again, that's different from saying there are definitely no aliens. But
like
yeah,
saying,
if you haven't seen the evidence, then yeah, you're not going to be convinced. So
that's like saying that's not an argument from authority exactly. That's like no authority, therefore no argument.
yeah, so this guy just irks me so.
He's hitting all the buttons.
aliens? Would you say you don't believe in aliens because NASA hasn't personally called you? Or do you
No, I'd
think,
say they
well,
probably
there's
do
billions of
exist.
planets out there, so aliens probably...
What's that?
I'd say no. That means they. But that could also mean they exist, but the powers above us don't want us to know.
There could be that too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
No aliens, therefore God.
NASA hasn't personally called you? Or do you think, well, there's billions of planets out there, so aliens probably do exist? What about abiogenesis? You know,
So is he trying to make the argument that you have to believe that aliens exist and that it's unreasonable not to? Is he just assuming is he just assuming that everyone who's reasonable thinks there are aliens out there? Like is like Kip, does everyone in Canada believe in aliens? Is this a thing I don't understand?
I think everybody who knows enough about the universe probably figures they exist. I personally think they're here and have been here for a long time, but
you're therefore not aliens.
Oh, that's very true. We don't know which ones are potentially ancient Earthlings.
Yeah, but I guess you could say I'm agnostic on the whole thing. Like I haven't really looked into it very much, aside from what Matt has told me about. But yeah, it's like I'm just
everybody. If you're interested in the alien stuff, read Luis Elizondo's book, Imminent. He used to lead the agency the agency in the government that was supposed to determine how much and what kind of a threat the non-human intelligence beings could be. It's pretty interesting.
Yeah. But what if we are the first?
That's possible. Also, what if time is just made up and first doesn't matter?
I mean, first shall be last, so or something. But yeah, so was it me or was that whole aliens analogy just complete ridiculous bullshit?
It was pseudo-intellectualism. It was something. How do I say something that makes us all feel smart enough that we are comfortable staying a believer?
Yeah, to me, the argument he was making again only makes sense if he's operating from the assumption that everyone agrees that aliens at least probably exist out there somewhere. It's but again, if he's but he's trying to use this as an argument of why just saying, well, I just lack a belief in God. But that's completely consistent with how a lot of people view aliens because they haven't seen evidence. They're not. A lot of people they aren't saying definitely there are no aliens. They're saying, well, I'm just not convinced because I haven't seen evidence.
He just argued against himself by saying that.
Right.
He's like, "Are you saying you don't have enough evidence to believe in aliens?" And
oh, sorry, I got distracted and super excited because it looks like we might have our very first comment from Twitch.
I knew this would happen.
Real person.
I had faith
because it's not a link for us to go check out things that I am afraid to check out.
This is not a drill.
But just J-Bear. Oh, apparently it's a real person. Yay.
I can't tell if you're excited or you're like, oh boy, what did I stumble into?
Both.
Both would be correct.
Well, hey, sorry. No pressure. No pressure. It's all good. So,
Yeah,
Man.
that would be
But
crazy.
now I feel pressure because I'm like, how do I explain us to someone who's seeing us for the first time?
Well,
Well, that's impossible. I mean, have you met us? Really? Clearly not. But welcome. Glad you're here. I guess real brief, in case you're not familiar with the show, me and Matt are both atheists, former Christians, and just kind of trying to figure out life and how it works. After all that whole experience, you can go back and watch previous episodes of ours for more on that.
there's
But
so
yeah,
many hours.
yeah. I mean, that's okay. This is something I've actually been meaning to do because, like, I have a couple playlists put together on YouTube. For like video reactions, special guest episodes. I'm thinking of making another playlist for either like our favorite episodes or just ones that are good to show people to like let them get to know
Oh yeah,
like
oh, yeah.
us and the show. So yeah, that could be a thing. Let's see.
You should they're like the very first episode of the old podcast is on there too, right? Like that's a good one if you want to know past us.
On YouTube, no.
Oh,
But I mean, I guess we could put the audio up there. That could be a thing. I think I might still have that somewhere. But if not, if you look up Three Beer Gospel, I believe that's still up on like Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, other places. Anyway, let's see. Oh, so just Jay Bear is saying more. So I'm asking Christian channels if they know Lucifer is changing all Bibles supernaturally. Well, we're not a Christian channel.
and also
So
supernaturally, probably we don't think that.
yeah, I don't believe Satan is a real thing either, even though I'm kind of a Satanist. Yeah. But so yeah, I'm reading more of your comments, but I'm just kind of confused.
You switched over to Twitch.
From Twitch. Says Twitch. All right. Well, thanks for the reporting there, Spooky. Reporting live from Twitch.
What's that cartoon? Is that Family Guy? He's out in the field, and you're like, "How's it going out there?" And he goes, "It's raining."
Yeah. Oh yeah, Ali. What the weather's like?
Yeah.
What's the weather look like, Ali? It's raining sideways. It's like, oh, that sounds too bad, Ali. Don't you have an umbrella? It used to. What happened to it? Like it's like inside out, 3 miles away. Oh, that's too bad. Anything we can do for you? Anything we can do for you, Ali? Give me some soup. Give me some soup. Say, oh yeah, what kind? Chunky. So, yeah, sorry, that was a terrible Ali impression. But,
Just a Bear so far is acting like a bot.
yeah.
So it's our first complex bot potentially.
Ooh. But hope you have given us food for thought. I will look back over that again, probably. And yeah.
My brain will munch on that.
Munchy munch. All right.
Life coming from non-life. We're going straight into abiogenesis.
Yeah. So yeah, didn't know old Lucy could do that whole like changing the Bible and stuff. Yeah. The more you know. Thanks for the rainbow too. So clearly BS is a fan of genocide by flood. That's what that rainbow means.
Lucy is
or not.
The craftiest animal in the garden. Or not.
I think that was just a snake. Anyway,
you know what I mean.
All right, let's back him up and more terrible. The argument from aliens. new apologetic just dropped, and it sucks.
There's billions of planets out there, so aliens probably do exist. What about abiogenesis? You know, life coming from non-life? Do you believe in that? Because if you do, show me the lab where they actually made that happen. Oh yeah, that's right.
It's not how any of that fucking works.
There isn't one, but it's still the best.
This is why we only believe in things that have happened in labs. Nothing else.
Oh, neat. He doesn't know. He doesn't understand how science works.
Oh man, now people are going over to Twitch for some reason now. So Ember's over. Or I don't know if this is Ember or better than Ember. Ooh. It's not too bad over here. Cool emojis.
Emojis over there.
Well, except unfortunately, the emojis aren't actually showing up when I show them in the chat. I can see them on the chat in my end. It's like a person waving, a cat with sunglasses and a cool hat and a picnic basket. So, yeah. Twitch is a weird place, apparently. Thank you for sharing all that.
Yeah, my response was, I don't think I need that in my life.
Yeah. Yeah, I joined Twitch a while ago only because I have like an actual like real life friend of mine does some like live games, like video game streaming, and he played a game that I recommended to him, and he said he was going to stream it live on Twitch. So like, oh well, since he's playing this game because of me, I figure I should sign up and watch. So yeah, so I watched him play. It was a lot of fun. It was a Hellblade, a video game I've recommended many a time. So
yeah, I need to finish that. I gotta steal my son's computer to play it though.
Yeah, yes, you do, because I still want to talk to you about that game. Because oh my god,
but
anyway.
He's going to school again now, so I can steal it during the day.
Right? Yeah. Do you believe life began? Because if you can't do that in the lab, clearly you can't be alive.
It's a life from non-life thing. Like we're literally made of things that aren't alive separately. So
yeah.
like.
I mean, that's like, like my beer right here. Like, can you get beer from non-beer? It's like, yeah, that's how beer is made. You literally take things that are not beer and put them together and beer.
Spooky Bedner's back because he heard Twitch sucks. So
you heard and saw.
We saved at least one. It must be true.
But yeah, so this is one of the most like bullshit arguments I've ever heard. It's like, well, it's never been done in a lab, so how can you believe it happened? Like, motherfucker, like.
Also, you can't trust what's done in labs.
So, well, hey, always do, and thanks for popping in there, Just J Bear. Even if I don't understand what all you're saying, I appreciate you saying it.
It's just J Bear. I was saying just bear until just now.
You were just reading that wrong. That's all right though. But so this argument, well, if we haven't done it in a lab, then how do you think it's real? Like, well, Big John Steele, like, were you born in a lab? I don't think so. Therefore, were you really born? It's like, have you ever done your show in a lab? Then no, then your show must not exist. Like, how can you not see how fucking ridiculous this
also,
is?
Look at her face on this freeze frame. I think she just made life.
Oh, yeah, see, look, there, it just happened. See?
All it took was the blue period water that they also pour on pads in commercials.
Well, apparently they did that and created life. Haha, atheism confirmed. So... see, made a Twitch account to stream over here too, but I suck at promo and joined the club, so it never worked well.
Yeah, I mean, people who have like other jobs other than their podcast, like you basically have to go all in on being like the indentured servant of Papa Google.
Right. Yeah. I mean, like I said, like we really don't do much as far as like promo and stuff either. So honestly, I think especially on the YouTube side, a big reason why we have the following we do, probably mostly because of this guy, B.S. Lewis, for some reason started sharing our stream with other people, which, like, for real, super appreciate that. But yes, she just invented blue beer. So what holiday is that for? Like, so St. Patrick's Day has the green beer. What holiday is the blue beer?
Winter solstice. What's Easter? Pink? Or like neon green?
Ooh, yeah, it's like the fake grass stuff you put in the Easter baskets. Yeah.
But then we got St. Patrick's Day. That's green beer.
Well, I mean, St. Patrick's Day and Easter a lot of times are like close to each other.
Yeah.
I don't know.
One to the next.
Yeah. I love it. Actually, now that you kind of mention it, we do create life in a lab. Every fertility clinic on the planet, right? Mm-hmm. Proof that using the share button works. Yes, it does work. And thanks for reminding me to do our usual plugs that I keep forgetting to do. Like I said, I'm not a real YouTuber. I just play one on YouTube. And I don't care if no one laughs at that. I'm going to keep saying it all the time. I think it's fucking hilarious. But yeah, if you do enjoy the show, please share, like, comment, subscribe, follow if you're on Facebook, which is apparently different than subscribing. I don't know. And whatever the fuck happens on Twitch, keep doing it. I don't know. And yes, an atheist pimp. And I'm going to assume this was towards us. Yes, we do. Thanks for the honesty, Spooky. It's what we love you for. All right. So let's watch this woman create a Smurf, perhaps? Is that what she's doing? Is she creating Smurfs?
Is that Smurf jizz?
That's probably what this is. Yes. So, but because creating life has never happened in a lab, we can't think it happened without God. Because that's your only two options for anything ever happening: lab or God. So, yeah.
Well, also Gargamel, because Gargamel made Smurfs. No, he made a Smurfette. So.
Oh. I see. Well, he saw that it wasn't good that man Smurf should be alone. He needed a helper. So. Yeah. I think that's how that story goes.
So the villain.
Or another story that ripped it off or something. I don't know.
Yeah. It's a weird show.
Show me the lab where they actually made that happen. Oh yeah, that's right. There isn't one. But it's still the best explanation we got to go with considering the data, right? So here's what I've noticed.
Oh, was he making a different argument? Oh, I think I misunderstood him. I mean, it's still a shit argument, but okay, so what he's saying is, okay, I think he's saying abiogenesis is possible, but the fact that I'm sorry, I had it completely backwards. He was saying that we're having that poor logic of, that's like saying, well, I haven't seen abiogenesis happen in a lab, therefore it didn't happen. It's like, or maybe he's trying to use that as like a kind of side argument, like also, this is why you shouldn't believe in. I don't really know, but
I think you've already thought about this longer than he did.
That's probably true. But again, like, not believing in God because after years and years of trying to experience him and begging for him to show up is not the same as believing in not believing in abiogenesis because it's never happened in a lab. Like, not the same thing at all. So
God, he's really bad at this.
Right? Yeah, so all Smurfs are male. Smurfette was a robot, I think.
No, he was created, she was created with Gargamel's sorcery. It was like an early episode that I never saw, but apparently that's the story. Like, and it existed, but I guess it was too weird to do for reruns.
Yeah, and yeah, it's a little much for 5-year-olds. But yeah, but this is why I titled tonight's episode like, "Are Christians bad at not being atheists?" But I think they were all in a lot of cases, like this guy, they were also just bad at being atheists. So anyway.
For atheism is actually just an argument against a specific type of God. But I haven't seen any actual actually just in considering the data, right? So here's what I've noticed. Every argument for atheism is actually just an argument against a specific type of God. But I haven't seen.
Well, then you haven't noticed a lot of arguments for atheism. Because
you've only talked to angry Christians who think they're atheists.
Right, because yes, while I do make a lot of arguments against the Christian God specifically, but the reason I call myself an atheist is because I am simply unconvinced of any God existing. So yeah, so that's why, like, with this whole like Christians, like, they try that evangelism tactic of, oh, well, tell me about the God you don't believe in, because I probably don't believe in that God either. And it's like, calm down. I also don't believe in whatever God you believe in.
I'm not saying he's a white nationalist, but he is coming. It seems like a little leftover from that kind of context where you're like, well, clearly my perspective is the only one that's real. And, and so he's like, he can't. He either hasn't thought about this very much, or he doesn't take anybody who followed another god and then became an atheist seriously at all because it was crap to begin with.
Right. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Yeah, but yeah, because so
something tells me he's angry at the name First Nation.
could be. Yeah, I'm getting that kind of vibe too. I think.
What are we, sloppy Second Nation?
In your case, my dude, yes. But yeah, so that's my answer always to the question of like, well, tell me about the God you don't believe in. It's like all of them. like, yeah. So
what you got?
yeah. Like I said, I also do have specific arguments about the Christian God and why I don't believe in that, but that's only because that's the only one I'm really familiar with enough to make certain arguments. But other than that, it's just like I just don't see any evidence that any exist. So there you go.
Seen any actual arguments for atheism. It's just the assumption.
So no arguments for atheism. Like, why? Because if atheism is like contrary to what he said, but in agreement with the the page that he showed defining atheism, like it can't just mean a lack of belief. So saying that atheism is true, in my case, like, or in a lot of people's cases, that would just mean, is it true that you lack a belief in God? But yes.
Dude,
like, what kind of art? Yeah, I can hear you.
Are we really less than 3 minutes in?
Yeah.
Man.
I know. It's like, how did we do an entire 30-minute sermon last week? So I know, Kip, right? Look, see, so I guess maybe that's the atheist argument. Don't look at the trees.
Man, he is really convinced that atheists are exactly like Christians, but the other direction.
Right? Yeah.
He's just really just confessing over and over again where his brain has been.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, maybe part of the reason is because I keep backing him up because I keep pausing him in the middle of thoughts, and I need to back him up to hear the whole thought. So
it's also pretty crammed full of bullshit.
That's true. So,
but I haven't seen any actual arguments for atheism. It's just the assumption that for some reason atheism is the default position. But you're not the.
I mean,
so fucking stupid.
So Kip makes a good point. I think he's referring to the look at the trees. I think that look at the trees works on atheism as well. Because yeah, look at the trees. They're fucking stupid. All their leaves keep dying every goddamn year. What kind of God would do that to them?
They have some neat tricks though. How they'll keep other trees alive with them mycelium fungi stuff underground.
Yeah, that's
nature's awesome.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, nature is pretty cool, but it's also in a lot of ways pretty not cool. So that's why I say look, if you're gonna look at the trees and how beautiful they are, you also got to look at that specific species of worm that its entire life cycle is just burrowing into people's eyeballs and making them go blind. It's like
that was good. That's a good.
Speaking of making someone go blind.
Look at his face. He's prove it.
It's have you put her in that position in a lab?
If not, you can't say it's real.
Even again, to be fair, I misunderstood. That wasn't the argument he was making, but it's still.
Your mom's thought it was pretty real.
But again, based on everything else he says, I don't feel the need to be that gracious or whatever with this guy. But anyway.
Neutral baseline here. You got your own belief system with its own assumptions. And if your worldview doesn't offer good
Okay, sorry, I have to back him up again.
That for some reason, atheism is the default position. But you're not the neutral baseline here. You got your own belief system with its own assumptions. And if you're
Why are you assuming we think we're the default position?
Well, apparently, Nitty's default position is lurking. So,
neat.
Well, and welcome, Nitty. Good to see you.
Wait, if Nitty's default position is lurking, you just called him a cuck. Or you just called him JD Vance.
Look, I have no definitive proof that Nitty does not fuck couches. So, just putting that out there.
I love how we just assumed, like, somebody made a joke about him fucking couches, and we're like, that's too damn perfect. It is now headcanon. You cannot disprove that unless you have a lab.
Right. All right, but as Kip says, yes, Saturday is coming. Remember the Budget Scripture Saturdays. It's one of my favorite shows, and for lots of reasons, not the least of which that because he wasn't here when we played it earlier, but that show, Budget Scripture Saturday, was the source for our show's very first promo, cut by the one and only Dr. Kip, and I think it might go a little something like this.
If you aren't subscribed to The Humanity, make sure you subscribe. They stream on Wednesday nights, and it's usually pretty good. But I hope you appreciate what I did for you.
Oh, yeah, I wondered where you went.
We're that fascinating.
I did that for you, my friend.
So for more of that, but mostly things that are completely not that, check out Budget Scripture Saturdays on Dr. Kip's channel. So,
yeah, I need to watch that. I haven't because my brain has been set to default ignore my YouTube notifications for some reason. It's a PDA thing I got to get over, I think.
Yeah. Would it help if I texted you on Saturday saying, hey, it's on, or would that be like another demand?
No, that would work. Okay. They stack up on my phone. And it's just like, hey, you got YouTube notifications. And I'm like, swipe it.
But Ember, again, with a good question. Have you ever seen anyone not screw couches in a lab? I mean, I'd like to know what John Steele has to say about that.
I don't know. That's not what is happening in every lab. I've never seen lab work being done, period. Are labs the new band camp?
This one time at the lab. All right. So, man, we're only like less than 3 minutes into this guy's over 9 minutes of bullshit. So
we really don't like hearing him talk.
I know.
Worldview doesn't offer good arguments and mine does. Maybe that's worth exploring. So
just assuming that, okay, first of all, like there's so much there. Like, first of all, saying that atheism is itself a worldview, which this has been done to death in the YouTube sphere. Like, no, it's fucking not. Like, it is an aspect of a worldview. Like, you can say someone has an atheistic worldview in that their worldview does not contain a God. Sure, but that doesn't tell you anything else about their worldview. Like, it is not a set of beliefs. It is not a set of arguments. It's just, I don't believe there's a God. That's literally fucking it.
Well, this is kind of that Trumpian mindset where I love that. I heard somebody use that on a video I was watching, Trumpian, and I really like it.
Mm-hmm.
It's that kind of mindset where if the opposition is irritated, keep talking, I'll be right back. If the opposition is irritated by something you say, you must be onto something. And that's terrible logic because it just means you said something irritating. It doesn't mean you're right. Like, do they think that people who are correct are the most irritating? Like, is that the proof? Like, because they're irritated
that's
by
what
people
it sounds like.
on the other side who are correct. They're like, I don't. It's like some kind of weird projection. So much of it is.
Yeah, I mean, this is so bad. Like I said, we're less than 3 minutes in, and he's already driven me. Like, I haven't finished the other 2 beers, but I just know, like, I just poured a third into the mug. He's like, and I know, like, I realized this, like, in retrospect last week, where I literally said something about, like, now don't let me go to 3 beers, like, because that's how I feel like shit the next day. And then literally like an hour later, poured a third beer, and no one said anything. Thank you and fuck you all very much for.
We all lost count because you put 2 in the same glass to start with.
That's probably true, but then I remember, like, these are Oktoberfest beers. These are lighter than what I usually drink anyway. These are only like 5.3%, where usually what I'm drinking is like north of 7. So
you said lighter,
these
fucking racist.
Yep. Anyway. All right. So anyway, so that's Slanjava or Prost or whatever. All right.
What's the white people's, like, generic American white person Prost? Like, I want to say yeehaw, but I don't think that's correct.
That's just the generic American white person anything. So, all right.
View doesn't offer good arguments and mine does. Maybe that's worth exploring. So, why is there something rather...
Again, like, he's just assuming that his point of view offers good arguments, but...
Why is there something rather than nothing? Nobody
than
really
nothing.
fucking
Why does anything exist at all? Atoms, galaxies, consciousness, my cat. None of it had to exist. We can imagine a universe with nothing, no space, no time, no matter, or at least conceive of it. So the real question is reality made of things that could not have existed? Or is there something that must exist no matter what? That's the heart of the contingency argument. A contingent thing is something that doesn't exist by necessity, like your phone or you or the whole universe. Necessary thing has to exist. It can't not exist. So here's how the argument builds. Something exists, but if everything was contingent, there'd be no ultimate explanation. And that doesn't sit right. We expect explanations.
Oh, I'm sorry, it doesn't sit right, so must be wrong.
And everyone knows that reality is based on human expectations of how things should be. It's like,
we expect explanations. That's a little bit of an argument from incredulity, isn't it? Or argument, like, from feelings.
So Spooky remembers the conversation. Like, I can hold my drink. Unlike Gin Face, I have no idea who he's talking about.
That was... Hey, I held on to my drinks pretty good.
All the way to his face.
Right, they're just... you know... I just wasn't holding on to him that long. That was the problem.
Yes. Well remembered, my friend. But yes, arguments, almost exactly as good as evidence. But the problem is, this isn't even a fucking argument. You say, like, that doesn't sit right. We expect explanations. That's like, okay.
This might fly in your Wednesday night men's group, but
not in our Wednesday night men's group that also has not men's.
Yeah, I realized when I was saying that, I'm like, yeah, that's kind of weird that Christians do just the men and just the women's group. I don't.
Yeah.
It's like you can't have a decent conversation with a member of the opposite sex without, like, banging them in your head over and over again.
Well, no, it's because, like, well, you can't get truly vulnerable if there are women around, which means, like, I can't talk about my crippling porn addiction because it'll make the ladies uncomfortable. It's like, yeah. So, and Kip raises a good point here. Can we actually imagine that nothing exists? I am also skeptical, but I'm skeptical with a K. So, but I guess we do things different down south here. But hey, you do you, man.
Be skeptical.
Skeptical. Oh, you might want to get that looked at.
Is that what happens before a receptacle?
See, first he's skeptical, then you receptacle, and then therefore God. So I think is how that goes. Yep. Makes about as much sense as anything this fucker's been saying. So, all right.
No, we can't imagine nothing exists. We can only imagine. Yeah. Our brains can literally only work with things that have been put in there through sensory experience.
Well, apparently this guy can probably imagine nothing because apparently nothing has been put in his brain.
Well, not just sensory experience, there's genetic kind of memory stuff that happens.
Yeah, I know, but I was being hilarious.
I missed it.
That's okay. You can watch it on the replay. Be sure to leave your comments and share with your friends. All right.
I'll be here tomorrow. Still not funny.
And I'll be here tomorrow with fuck all the way off. Okay, I'm just gonna just marinate in the irony of this.
I like
I'm
how
sorry,
you made that
but this is-
plausible because the 5 is right by the key.
Right, but
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Kip. Like, I love you, dude, but this is just too good. Unless maybe that is actually the correct spelling of correct. That could be. I mean, what do I know? I'm just some dumb, ignorant American.
Maybe we're pronouncing it wrong. Maybe it's correct 5.
I like that a lot better, actually. I'm gonna start saying that.
Potentially, that's how Canadian whiskey spells it.
Man, like, Kip, have you still been drinking from your time with Joel on Friday? Yeah. Anyway, yeah, Kip does another show with it's like Bible, Scotch, and Scholars with Joel Karitko. Also fun, and also Kip drinks a lot. So, well, you spelled that right. So, and that's what really matters. So. Oh, so I guess it's spelled the same even in Canadian. Wow, I learned something today. So, anyway, so
is Canada a lab though? How can we know it's real?
you know, I'd buy it if someone told me that Canada was made in a lab. I'd believe it. So, I mean, how else do you explain moose? I mean, come on.
It's the land time forgot. It's a prehistoric mammal.
Like, or Mounties. You're going to tell me Mounties were not created in a lab? Fuck out of here.
Always. That's the principle of sufficient reason. So not everything can be contingent, which means there must be something that's necessary.
No, you don't know
A
that.
foundation.
You don't know that everything can't be contingent.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the universe could be a loop for all we know. It could be a pulse that repeats over and over again. There's a big bang, and everything like goes out until it spreads out so much there's heat death everywhere, and then like it starts over again.
Mm-hmm.
Why does it do that?
Yeah.
We'll never know.
Yeah, so this is just like another instance of, and I know because I used to be one of these, but Christians not actually understanding what the Big Bang Theory actually is, or
Well, they
really
can't.
most cosmological models about like whether the universe did or didn't have a beginning, or whether it was infinite, or what that looked like. And yeah,
They can't really understand it because it's
Yeah.
a big problem. Like if you want
and to be fair, I think
certain kind of
most
believer.
people, even scientists, don't really understand it either. Like they have these theories that like make sense mathematically, but yeah, I don't know how many of them. Maybe some of them do say yes, this makes complete sense. I don't know, but yeah, but to most people, yeah. You crazy pseudo Frenchman. All right.
You're super far from French Canada. Don't pull that with me.
Ooh. Had to teach John's mom about that theory last night. Oh,
Big Bang. Oh yeah.
Still your default position.
Had to show her a little bit of the Lord's giggity giggity.
See, they were inspired by like last week's, Chuck giving like that part of the sermon from Crossroads where he was talking about walking us through that experience of the whole like Jesus and Doubting Thomas sharing an intimate moment around Jesus's holes.
Yeah, that exercise was spiritual assault.
Yeah. So yeah, go back and watch that from last week. We made it fun, but it was whew. Anyway.
Creepy as fuck.
So let's hear more about why the standard for ultimate truth is what humans expect for some reason.
You don't walk outside, see a dent in your
Owning
car.
himself.
Right.
It's like that's
Yeah.
why some people's brains, I swear, are atheist, but like the other part of their brain that does the talking isn't. You know, like he's logicking himself out of believing out loud, but thinks he's making great points to stay. Like,
Right. Yeah. Oh, so, but speaking of Maya Atkinson, she is real. Welcome.
my
Good to see you.
goodness. Hey, we're
I'm-
supposed to be sourcing
Yeah.
vids. I don't understand.
I think she's talking.
Oh, that's for Ember.
It's like yeah. Hey, if Ember wants to like avoid work by hanging out with us, I am fine with that.
I mean, this is the
So-
place to do it.
Right. I mean, that's what I'm doing here, basically.
So, God
All right.
banged the door. What happened?
Yeah, but Maya makes a great point. Why are there only 2 thumbs up? I mean, there's definitely more than 2 people watching. So, but
Yeah.
yes, that was
Oh.
me. That was me because I got excited because I figured out how to do that, and he was one of the he was like the first person here, so he got one.
Well, Maud, I think might have been the first. She was the first
No,
one
I-
to say anything.
I think the first one I wrenched was B.S. Lewis, but hey, Maya, if you want one, I mean, I'm easy to convince. So I don't know.
I mean, it's usually pretty good, but apparently not
Yeah.
right now.
Yeah, it's just, but at least he's awake. That's, I mean,
I must
all
be
I can ask
must be
for.
doing all right tonight then.
Thumbs up your ass, kid. I mean, what? No.
That's the cartoon noise. I was like,
Yeah, and that's how it sounds in Canada, because everyone up there is a cartoon character. So
like Terrence and Phillip.
yeah, that's, by the way, Kip, like I will give you props. Amazing video editing or whatever skills it is to make it look like your head isn't just like completely separating when you're talking. The fact that like it looks like a real head, that's wow.
It looks like
I'm
like
impressed.
the Terrence and Phillip's upper head looks like the lid on a cartoon tea kettle. Or is that just my brain? Never mind.
I don't know. But hey, it's all right, Maya. I question my sketchy judgment in mods as well. So you're in good company. All right, so let's get back to wherever the fuck this guy was at.
Must be something that's necessary. A foundation. You don't walk outside, see a dent in your car, and say, well, probably nothing did that. You assume a cause. You go,
Okay, but here's the thing. Only because we know how cars are made and what they do look like, and we know what makes dents in cars. But here's the thing. If you had never seen a car before in your entire life, if you had no idea what one was, but you saw one with a dent in it, like you wouldn't think, oh, what made that dent? You'd just be like, oh, that's part of the car. That's how it is. It's like, so again, with like the universe, like it's the only universe we've seen, and we've never seen one made. So it's not like we can make the same assumptions about the universe that we can make about a car that has a dent in it. It's not at all the same thing. I hope that made any kind of sense.
It probably did. I mean, it's like, tell me you haven't looked for a refutation of this argument ever on the internet without telling me that, because this is so overdone, so redone, so normal. And for some reason, people like discover this argument in some shitty book they read about how to stay a Christian, and they're like, "That is fantastic," and they just share it, and it's not fantastic. It's really bad.
Right. But yeah, Maya makes a good point. Old No Books Davis really does know how to edit a video for sure. But hey, it's it's one book that he has a book now. So we need to update the nickname.
I don't call him One Hit Wonder for nothing.
Oh, what if the universe is like a car and we put the windows down? Is that why it keeps getting wet everywhere? God damn it. That's where all the mosquitoes keep coming in. Goodness. All right, let's get back to this guy. Let's get back to this guy not understanding the things.
Looking. And maybe you say, okay, but what if there's just an infinite chain of explanations? Well, that doesn't solve it. An eternal forest still needs a reason for that forest to exist at all. You need an explanation.
I mean, not if it's eternal.
No.
I don't think he understands what eternal means.
I don't think he understands. Is he trying to do the refutation thing badly?
I don't know, but hey, like this may be true, but
okay, here's the thing. All right, look on our like interface, our user interface here, like it's not great, and so there are things that we can't see that I think we can only see on YouTube, and we're not looking at that right now. Am I wrong? Is that what's happening?
yeah,
I don't see anywhere how to do wrenches on here.
Yeah, we can't like through Restream. Like, yeah, we can't. But I'm going actually on YouTube now to the stream. Like, hey, it's me.
Wait, did one of the older guys here just make fun of us for not knowing how to use technology? The shade.
All right, so I'm scrolling up. Okay, first of all, like, where is BS in the chat? Like, okay, so apparently he somehow is not a moderator anymore. So I'm going to adjust that now. So now he has been wrenched. Ha! Take that. I guess if anyone else wants a wrench, let me know. Like, butter me up enough, and I can throw one your way. But him. Anyway,
for an encyclopedia before he nuts on the pages again.
What? Oh, hold on. Oh goodness. Oh, but about Kip's other books, yeah, if you sell your car or your liver, you can afford to buy the other book. But apparently, at least with the one or a couple, you wouldn't even get the money anyway, which for some super fucked up reasons, which I've heard you explain, but it's like so dumb.
Probably the college or university gets it. Is that what happened?
Yeah, I don't remember. Kip like told the story at least once or twice. It's something about like the way he had to actually log into something to get his money, but there was a problem with the login, and it took too long for it to work, and that it expired or whatever, and then so it's just like, yeah. So
that's a terrible system.
Yeah, so everyone don't buy that book. I don't remember which one it is, but don't buy it.
Yeah, that's some garbage.
Yeah. And also, Ember, now you tell me. God. People just throwing wrenches everywhere. It's all right. But yes. Good callback. Bold strategy. See if it works out for you.
Yeah, bold strategy, Cotton.
Yeah. Thank you.
For the totality of contingent things. This whole chain of reality points back to something that doesn't depend on anything else. Something necessary that's absolutely independent. And the question is, could that be God? Let's dig a little deeper.
I mean, I guess. So again, like so much of apologetics, to put things in scientific terms, really doesn't rise above, or at least not much above, the level of hypothesis. It's like, yeah, it could be God. Okay, yeah, sure. All right. Now test it and prove it.
I love how Christians like to use this image, but the Sistine Chapel, wasn't that painted by somebody who was like not out as a homosexual?
I think it was Michelangelo. I actually have no idea. what the deal is with that. But
I could be wrong, but I took art history in college because I fucking had to. And yeah, there was something like several of the images could have been kind of like protest against papal Tom Dickery.
Yeah, that could be. I have no idea.
A lot of those Renaissance guys were into doing art as protest and getting paid to do it by people who disagreed with them. It was awesome.
Okay, so Kip, with a little more of the backstory here, Brill, the publisher for the book in question, has invested none of the money they receive from criminally overpricing their books into tech support. Huh.
Oh, funny how that worked out.
In their favor. Weird, right? They're like, man, if we don't invest in tech support, then we don't have to pay anyone money if they can't log in.
We don't know how to make the links not expire anymore.
It's like, if only there was nothing we could do or something. Right.
I mean,
all right. So, but what this like crazy hypothetical or whatever situation this guy set up, like, so in my complete misunderstanding of how things work, there must be a certain thing that also just so happens to correlate with how I define God. So it's probably God then, right? Yep.
Quick plug. If you want more conversations, well, I've got a Patreon. That's where I drop some exclusive content, replays of my live streams, and support my channel. Link is down below. But without further ado, back to the video.
We dropped Big Duke.
Oh.
The universe doesn't just exist. It exists in a very specific way. Fine-tune.
This is the fine-tuning argument. This is one of my favorite arguments for God to hate because it's
this is one where an analogy does end it.
All right. Well, let's hear what he has to say about it before we are merciless to it.
Down to absurdly precise values, perfectly calibrated to allow life. So imagine that this mixer here is the universe. Every knob here controls a fundamental constant.
Showing off your mixer.
This right here is the gravitational constant. Turn it up a hair.
I mean, it's a Yamaha. They make good mixers, so props there. So,
yeah.
Stars burn out too fast. Turn it down, no stars at all. This one right here is the strong nuclear force. Slightly higher, no hydrogen, no water.
Nuclear.
No, it's nuclear.
Slightly lower.
Nuclear. No, I think that's some like fancy water.
No carbon, no chemical.
Or a laundry detergent, maybe. I don't know.
Probably.
Mystery, no you. This right here is the cosmological constant, the energy of empty space.
Cosmological. What did he just
the cosmological, I think. Or let's hear that again. So normally, like, I'm not into like making fun of like how people pronounce words. I mean, unless I am, because let's be honest. But in cases like this, when people are this fucking insufferable, like I'll like, to me, like anything's fair game. So let's hear that again.
No chemistry, no you. This right here is the
also, I love how I said that like after like literally minutes after making fun of how Kip was spelling things.
Well, sure, he's Canadian.
But that, well, yeah, they don't have feelings.
Cosmological constant, the energy of empty space.
Cosmological. I think he said. All right, let's hear that one more time.
Mystery, no you. This right here is the cosmological constant, the energy of
cosmological. It was even worse than I thought.
Yeah, he might be a Trump fan. That's some Trump pronunciation there.
The cosmological constant is a function of gravitational constant. Yep. And also, Kip, you are correct. Go get you some. And let us know what it is.
We're more enjoyable after a beer.
I mean, why do you think I drink? So.
Empty space. Tuned into one part in 10 to the power of 120. That's like tossing a dart across the universe and hitting a single atom. And there are dozens of these. the electron charge, proton mass, expansion rate, all exactly where it needs to be. You change any one of them just a slight amount and everything starts to collapse in on itself. We have no universe as we know it. If you think that's luck, that's like walking into a studio, seeing a perfect mix and assuming the knobs just happen to land that way.
Canadians do like to throw U's in words all willy-nilly, but hey, remember what the point. Don't you mean words? Come on.
They spell color like color.
I'm an American. I know why I drink.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why.
You know what's weird though? Like alcohol consumption is down. Look, people are too scared to get to be drunk right now.
Well, it's certainly not because of me. I mean, I'm doing my part.
I know. That's wild. I wonder what weed consumption's like right now.
Right? But also, yes, with all the things he said, it should be noted, Mr. Steele does not know that.
Correct.
Yes. All right. So let's let him finish up here because I have so much to say about the fine-tuning argument. But
Agency tells us that something must exist. Fine-tuning tells us that it must be precise. Put those together, you don't get randomness, you get design. And now that we've seen what this necessary mind must look like, let's ask, how did it reveal itself? And that
This man needs to watch a Hitchens debate.
Please, for the love of non-existo. Now, you're educated in England. Or they
The Queen's English.
English.
Oh shoot! I gotta have my boy come down and give him his meds.
Yeah,
So I'll drop off in a second.
Yeah, so some of us can afford to drink. Yeah, see, that's why I have to buy my beer in cases because it's more economical that way. Sagan preserve us, please. See, not scared, just people recognizing a bad relationship with it. Mm-hmm. Yep, there's that as well. But right, if you can, hey, you've been given that privilege, so don't waste it. All right, so with Matt being occupied, we're going to take this opportunity to rant about the fine-tuning argument. Okay, so oh man, so many places to go with this. Let's see if my brain can pick one. All right, so let's just take like the constants of the universe, like all the ones that you mentioned, and how they're so apparently so finely tuned, and like if any of them were off even just the tiniest bit in any direction, then the universe couldn't sustain life, and then so therefore it must be designed because life is possible. Okay, first of all, you're making so many assumptions. First of all, you're assuming that life is all that great and all that special and is all that requiring of an explanation, which of course we think so because we're alive. But okay, so there are other ways the universe could be that maybe wouldn't permit life, but they might permit plenty of other things that are like better. So, but I gotta give a shout out here. Yes, I also buy my wine in boxes. So, Yep.
Well, I mean, it's easier to stack it.
Right. And also, like, for me, like, I don't, because, like, in my house, like, I am the only person of drinking age. So, opening a bottle of wine, like, I mean, I like wine, but I don't love it enough to drink it fast enough before it, like, just turns to vinegar. So, New Zealand
wine we had at my wedding.
What's that?
We had that sweet wine at my wedding because it was at a vineyard.
Oh, yeah. Yes, I was there.
I'm a fancy bitch.
Yeah, it was good shit. But so saying that the universe is so fine tuned for life, so therefore it must be designed. Like, so again, you're assuming that life requires some special explanation for design. Like life, from what I see in the universe, just seems to be almost an accidental byproduct of some forms of chemistry. Which, because to look at the universe, like, so let's say, like, how just apparently rare life even is in the universe. Because even if you were to say that every planet in the universe has life, that is still a very tiny percentage of the universe. So that's like saying, like, so analogy I like to use, even just looking at the Earth. This is something I talk a lot about with our buddy Jimmy Ligon on his show Unreligious on Thursday nights, same time. Check it out. Yes, argument from ignorance. None of this is true. Turned. If we're all true, none of it gives a conclusion to God, let alone his. Yes, exactly. Thank you, Ember.
I like how there wasn't an A or a C.
Right.
It was like, first of all, B, third. No, a third and
Yeah, third. Yes, come on, pronounce it right, dumbass. Anyway, so this is something that, like, me and Jimmy talk about a lot. This analogy of, so even just looking at the Earth and trying to say that the Earth is fine-tuned for life, like, do you have any idea how much of the Earth is completely hostile and antagonistic towards life? I mean, that's like saying, I've designed an apartment building, but before I get to that,
people are also
Yeah.
hostile and
Yeah. Right. But also,
Yeah,
welcome,
hospital
Anarchic
building.
Fox.
hello.
And you are a tiny percentage of the universe.
Oh,
So therefore, it was designed with you in mind. But anyway, so let's say designing an apartment building, and it's like 50 stories tall.
that's
Like thousands and thousands of rooms in it. But humans can only actually survive in like one small part of it. And if they go to any other part, they'll either like burn to death, get poisoned to death, drown, won't be able to eat, and they'll starve to death. Oh, and also this one place they can exist is only on the roof in one small part. Like, and literally, if they go anywhere else in the entire building, they'll die within seconds, if not instantly. Would you say that that apartment building was fine-tuned for people to live there?
No, I would say it's fine-tuned to keep our population in check.
Right. So, but that's basically when people say the Earth, I mean, let alone the entire universe, which just makes the problem more than exponentially worse. Like, so again, let's say that every single planet, like I said, even if every planet on the universe had life, to say that the universe is fine-tuned for life, like, still wouldn't make sense. So, right, Ed, good point. When we have the audacity to put capitalism all over that one tiny part, it's like we really got the one little part, and we choose to waste it.
Yeah.
That.
I was thinking something similar. I mean, like with global warming, the habitable parts now will only, some of those parts will only be habitable with technology, or like being outside is a threat to life.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Temperature's like 120.
So apparently Ember knows approximately 12% of this planet is habitable without our
That's where
technology.
I got that.
Aha. So, but to me, like, this is what I like to say, is like, to me, if anything, the universe seems fine-tuned for vacuum and explosions, because that's seems to be what happened in rocks. But even if you want to talk about the Earth, and like, even if you want to say it's fine-tuned for life, if anything, it seems more fine-tuned for life of like cockroaches and tardigrades, like not humans.
Yeah,
Like,
fine-tuned for emptiness.
Yeah, because the way I kind of think of, if you say that a given space or area is fine-tuned for a certain activity, then I would say, okay, drop me anywhere in that space, and I'll be able to do the thing that you say it was fine-tuned for. But would anyone be willing to say, I'm just going to drop you in a random place in the entire universe that is so fine-tuned for life, and you're going to live there? It's like, no. No one in their right mind would take that.
I think all the gases in your body are going to try to exit immedially. I think that's what's going to happen.
For sure. Yeah, but
it'd be like Event Horizon.
Yeah, so first of all, like, to say that the universe, even Earth, but especially the universe, is fine-tuned for life. I mean, you could say it's fine-tuned for life to be possible sometimes. Sure, but okay, but the problem with this is, like, again, you're treating life as if it's some special thing that requires a special explanation, but no one talks about how, like, Venus is so finely tuned for poisonous gases. And that's because we don't care about poisonous gases. But I mean, but if Venus had been any other way, those poisonous gases wouldn't be possible, but no one gives a shit. It's like,
well, we can't go to Venus, so fuck it. Like, I think that's the logic.
right? Yeah. So the analogy I like to use, because like as Christians will use this analogy a lot when it comes to fine tuning. They'll talk about like a deck of cards, and say like, well, what? And they'll say, well, what are the odds that if we like take a full deck of 52 cards, playing cards, and just spread them all out like face down all over it, like a top of a table, and you have 4 people sitting around it, and say, oh, so if each of us just take turns, each of us like draws one card, and then the next person draws a card. Say, what are the odds that each person draws only the cards of one single suit and all in order? So one person like draws a 2, 3, 4, 5 all the way up to ace of spades. The next person draws 2, 3, 4, 5 all the way up to ace of hearts or whatever. And everyone does that. Say, what are the odds that we would do that? And like the answer is same odds of any other combination of cards you would draw. It's like we only think that's special because we have assigned a certain value to that. Now, if we had taken all those same cards and just painted all the like the faces of them just with black, and everyone had drawn those same cards, like no one would care because they wouldn't know what's actually on them. But it would be literally the same pieces of cardboard, but like no one would think that's remarkable.
I don't follow anymore.
It's basically saying like we only think that the way things turned out require a special explanation because we value certain aspects of the way things turned out.
Yeah. From what I know about people, we would think it's finely tuned for us.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the best descriptions of this is people are familiar with Douglas Adams' puddle analogy.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about before when I said an analogy. This is a time where something can't be refuted with an analogy.
Right? Exactly. So if you're not familiar with it, I feel like I would only butcher it at this point. But yeah, look up Douglas Adams' puddle analogy. It explains this so much better than I apparently just did. So
basically, the puddle thinks that the hole was made just for it because it's the exact shape of the hole. Yeah.
But it's like, no, that's just the way things turned out. But
no, you're just self-centered.
Yeah, because but here's the thing about like life emerging. Like the thing is, like life only emerges in the universe where conditions are possible for life to emerge, which
given the
is completely unremarkable. So it's almost, like I said, it's just like almost an accident that it occurs anywhere, but the fact that it does, and it only does in places where it's possible. Yeah. So, but speaking of the constants, like, because they like to talk about like all these constants about how they're so finely tuned, but they almost describe them as if like this is the best possible configuration of all these things, and like, isn't it great? But the thing is, it's apparently
the best possible configuration of me.
But even that's apparently not even true in terms of life, because I know like one of the constants I've heard like different scientists talk about is like the energy of empty space, because I guess empty space actually has energy. It's either slightly positive or negative. I don't remember which one, but they've actually said, if the energy of empty space was 0, that would actually be better for life. As in, like, it would like actually be more prominent and last longer if the energy of empty space was 0 instead of whatever it is. So,
I mean, there's a reason why sayings like "life finds a way," and that's a quote from a movie. But
yep,
there's a reason why we thought that was profound.
Yeah.
It's because
Yeah.
life has to find a way because it's not easy.
Right. I mean, it's a lot easier for bacterial life, that's
Mhm.
for sure. but yeah, so all that
Oh wait,
it's like, sorry.
based on the number of cells in the body, it's easier to argue that human beings are a unique cluster of bacteria than we are a unique collection of human cells.
Yep. There's that too. Yeah. But yeah. So yeah, all that to say, it's like I really don't find the fine tuning argument like compelling at all. But if you want a much better explanation of why, one of my other favorite YouTube channels, Phil Halper, also known as Skydive Phil, he does a show called The Sci-Fi Show and like science philosophy with Alex Malpass and Dan Linford. But they've also done like some more like documentary style shows, and they did one where it's basically just like an hour or so of like scientists and philosophers like completely tearing apart the fine-tuning argument, and it's a thing of beauty. So
Good times.
check it out. Yeah, Phil Halper, people dismantling the fine-tuning argument. I don't remember what it's called, but something like that. Anyway, look it up. It's good
Want to
stuff.
get back to them having non-unique
I do.
ideas for the first time?
I mean, I don't want to, but I feel like we should. But before we do, depends what you mean by energy. Space has energy in relation to matter in much the same way water has energy in relation to boats.
Yeah, my understanding of
I don't know what I mean by energy. I'm just like quoting what I remember like actual scientists saying. So
yeah, I've said things in the past on here where I was talking about energy like it was a separate thing. When I looked into it, it's more correct to say that energy is a characteristic of things and not a separate thing. Which didn't make sense to me because I don't really understand physics very well. It's a miracle I got to see in the class in high school.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, only because my high school physics teacher was a combination of maybe the best teacher I've ever had and one of the nicest human beings to ever exist. That's the only reasons I passed that class at all. So, anyway.
I forget my teacher.
Now that we've seen what this necessary mind must look like, let's ask, how did it reveal it?
This is what that mind must look like. Right, sure. There's no other...
You're bad at being
and
a
that brings
Christian,
us
too.
to Jesus. So back in part 2, I said this. Sometimes the best explanation is the one that has the most explanatory power, just like with abiogenesis. People don't demand certain...
Okay, explanatory power is only one aspect of it, but there also needs to be evidence that it's actually true. So
yeah, there has to be provability, too.
Right, because another analogy I like to use is, okay, so say on Easter morning, just an Easter basket full of like eggs and candy and stuff just shows up on my front porch. Like, I mean, I don't have like a Ring doorbell or any cameras or anything, so no evidence. I have absolutely no idea how it got there, who put it there.
Do you even have a doorbell?
I have a doorbell.
Oh, okay.
But okay, but the explanation of the Easter bunny, like that has explanatory power. Like the Easter bunny would explain that completely. But it's still not a good explanation because you don't actually have any evidence that the Easter bunny fucking exists. In fact, much evidence to the contrary. Or the same, like when a kid like puts his tooth under his pillow at night and wakes up and the tooth is gone. Yes, the tooth fairy has great explanatory power to why the tooth is no longer there. But that doesn't fucking make it true or the best explanation. So,
yeah.
Fancy way of saying dazzle them with bullshit. I mean, that's apologetics, basically.
Yeah, that's why I said William Lane Craig does that. He does apologetics the best because what it's supposed to do, I think he does it the best. It doesn't mean it like is functional, except to keep people believing who just want to keep believing.
Right, and there is a magical, visible, disembodied mind. You know, Jesus,
the Word, the Logos.
Oh, okay. Good point, Ember. Yeah. I know bunnies are real, and somebody keeps leaving me chocolate eggs.
Those aren't
That-
chocolate eggs.
That might be B.S. Lewis. I don't know, but
You're eating poo.
from his buns of steel, apparently, according to Big Spooky Butt Hair. So,
certainty, they demand coherence. They want a framework that fits the evidence. Now we're going to apply that principle to the death and resurrection of Jesus Christ.
I'd like
If
to
I-
see
so-
how.
all right. So here's what kills me. Like, oh, great, great reference. The Poop Smith. You remember the Poop Smith from Homestar Runner, Matt?
Oh man, I need
It
to
was
watch
one of-
more of
one-
that.
Yeah, one of the lesser characters, but man, classic.
They relaunched the website. Did you notice that?
Yeah, I
For
did.
the anniversary.
Yeah. But so yeah, go watch Homestar Runner, everyone.
Classic.
All right, so sorry, I had to-
Older.
sorry, I'm gonna have to back him up again. Let's
Not to the explanatory power.
yeah, to remember why he's pissing me off now.
Genesis. People don't demand certainty, they demand coherence. They want a framework that fits the evidence. Now we're going to apply that principle to the death and resurrection.
Okay, so it's talking about like explanatory power, and so here's what kills me about a lot of the apologetics about like, well, this is why God is like the best explanation, like forgetting the fact that the reason that gods even exist as a concept is because we had a whole ton of shit for very good reason that like humans like couldn't explain, so we invented gods to explain it. And then now we marvel at how well God's explained the things that we don't understand. It's like, well, yeah, no fucking shit. That's literally how they were invented. It's
Yeah,
like,
they're basically invented to explain how shit everything was when we didn't want it to be.
right. So yeah, it's basically these things that we invented to explain something and then tailored what these things are like to specifically explain them. And then now we're like, wow, look at how well it explains it. It's like, yeah, no shit. It's like,
Look how good we were at making a thing that fits things. Not most
it's
things,
like-
not everything, but just like the
yeah,
stuff. in the
it's
Bronze
like when people were like, "Oh, what's that like sudden wind like whipping up and like whirling around in the desert?" Like, "Oh, that's a demon who made wind in the desert and it's doing things." And then later, like, "Oh, look how well the demon story explains this weird wind thing that's going on." Like,
And it explains why I'm scared of it. It's perfect.
right? Yeah, it's maddening. But let's see how well the resurrection.
They're like that kind of analogy. They're like, that thing I'm afraid of is actually a thing that I should be afraid of. Like that's
It's a perfect explanation, man. Checkmate, atheist.
idiot proof.
No.
That's the problem.
Oh, fuck. All right, but let's see how this applies to the resurrection of Jesus for reasons.
Yes, the tiniest.
Also, why is the moon sad?
Well,
Or is that the
sun is
sun?
sad,
That's
too.
that's the moon. That's the sun.
That's the sun.
Okay. See,
Well, the moon
God's
is
were
sad
made to
because
explain things.
It controls women's cycles. He's like, that's it.
Oh, but you also get to
And
make
time.
werewolves. Like yeah,
Ooh.
someone like tell him that he makes werewolves. That'll cheer him right
Well,
up.
werewolves are the moon's revenge, I think.
Oh yeah, because like literally, this is all you made me for. Or I'll show you.
It's like,
some of you are
you.
wolves now.
I'll use my period magic to make werewolves.
Somebody clip that, please. All right. So gods were made to explain things, but Yahweh was made to be the best God. Nobody gets higher rating. It's like nobody beats him. All right.
Our life is an Onion article. Every time I see something, literally. All right, I gotta point this out. I missed the opportunity to say this in the chat in a on the Majority Report that I watch routinely. MSNBC, for those of you who don't know, their rebranding is MS Now. Stands for My source, News Opinion World. And they changed it because MS used to be Microsoft, but Microsoft hasn't been part of it for a long time, so they needed to rebrand. And also, they're getting spun off from NBC because, I don't know, merger shit or something. And but the colors,
Duke, the colors,
like dead on the exact Pantone colors of Donald Trump's favorite suit ensemble. Bright white, that fucking like iridescent blue, and the bright red tie. And then when you look at it, you're like, that's the same suit color, the same shirt color, and the same fucking tie color. And the flag has like a little like red equals looking motif on it. I'm like, they're gonna do equal time. They're gonna go like, both opinions are valid. Shit. One opinion thinks a lot of people should just not exist, and the other one thinks everybody should exist, but they're equal.
Yeah.
So MS
But
Now,
I guess,
which looks like
I guess-
Mrs. Now, running for office.
but I guess to cheer you up, I will use my period magic to make werewolves is favorite quote of the month. Yeah.
You're welcome. That's one of those things that I didn't know I was saying until I said it.
And we all appreciate it. But yes, you're right. Those are unusually long arms. And at first I was going to say, it's because there's the gap. And so it's probably like they took the picture and like separated. You look down here, like that gap, like that. If you look at like the way the circle around, like, where's my cursor? Is my cursor showing up?
Nope.
Why does my cursor show up sometimes, but not other times? Anyway.
I don't know.
If you look down there, like with the people with the circles around their heads,
Oh yeah,
it's like the black is actually covering up something, not like separating. If that makes sense. So
Well,
yes, all that to
one
say,
left
you are
is-
correct.
very interested in his armpit, and the one on the right is concerned for the moon.
It's like, oh, poor moon. Anyway, all right, but let's hear about how. Again, sorry, backing him up again.
The tiniest of nipples and the longest of arms.
With our powers combined.
They want a framework that fits the evidence. Now we're going to apply that principle to the death and resurrection of Jesus Christ. If I could show you the best explanation for what we see in the Gospels is that Jesus actually rose from the dead. Well, then you got two options. You can either engage with it and
That's a big fucking if, dude.
He just yada yada the Gospels, basically. It's you know the Gospels and how much they prove everything. Moving on.
Oh man, like, well, now you got to contend with it. It's like, okay.
try to refute the data with a stronger model. Or you could just say, God not real.
Okay, here's the other thing. Like, no, you do not need to refute data with a stronger model. You can just refute data by saying how it doesn't work. This is one thing. Like, I hate this whole idea.
And
of,
data isn't proof necessarily. I don't. Just because there's data doesn't mean that
Right.
it.
Yeah, because like this is a sentiment that
God, get
really
this man a
bothers
science
me.
teacher.
But like this is a sentiment that really bothers me because yes, it's true in some cases, but people try to make a universal out of it, which is just not the case. This whole like, I mean, you'll hear people express it and it's like, well, you can't criticize a certain argument or you can't criticize a certain way of doing things unless you can come up with a way to do it better or whatever. It's like, no, like if I'm trying to like find a babysitter like for my kids and you like, and I'm like, I just can't find anyone. But then like you recommended like, oh, I have a friend who can watch them for you. But then I found out like, you know, your friend, like, let's just say like he can't live within a certain radius of a school. And I'm like, I don't have to find, right. I don't have to find another option before just accepting them. Right. Like,
yeah, this is a weird thing. I saw Ben Shapiro do this on a clip earlier today, where this thing where like you can't disagree with something or say it's wrong, without a better. What do you say? He was talking about Bill Burr getting pissed at the rate, and he's like, "Well, do you have a better option?" He's coming to the table with no options, and it's like, no, he defers to the people who know better about these options. Like, if you think everyone who disagrees with something needs to come to the table with options, that's your problem, because you aren't qualified to come to these conclusions.
Yeah.
But you think that if you disagree with something, as if you have an alternate explanation, you must be correct. That
it's just total bullshit. Like but good thing Maya does have a better explanation here. Jesus went to the cross, yada yada. He's back again. Like, how are you not convinced?
Is that how they explain away Jesus not really having a description? Like, is it like an acknowledgement that it's kind of like a sort of acknowledgement that Jesus is a motif. He's like a vehicle for an idea, and you're not supposed to see him as a person because there's no description of a person anywhere.
Maya with a good point. Fox does sound like a Christian there. But as Ember says, a coherent hypothesis should fit the evidence, which is one big reason people aren't Christian. So that fails the first hurdle. But then there's testing.
But you're not supposed to test / you are God.
Right. Yeah, because again, that's the way like hypotheses work. Like if someone, I mean, again, I'm not a scientist, so anyone who is, please tell me if I'm wrong. But I feel like if someone were to present a hypothesis about any area in science, like I feel like if it's just a shit hypothesis, you shouldn't need a better hypothesis to be able to say why that one is shit.
No, that's the first step, is just saying that one's shit and here's why.
Yeah. Now it's like completely independent of coming up with an alternative. It's like you don't need another explanation to know why a certain explanation is a bad one. Again,
it might
going back
indicate an
to
alternative, but
right. Again, going back to like the whole like Easter Bunny example, like I don't need to be able to say who actually did put that Easter basket on my front porch to say, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't the Easter Bunny. Like, I don't need another hypothesis to be able to dismiss that one. It's just a completely bullshit argument.
Yeah, for a while I've been fidgeting with a large knife, not large, medium. So that's just an indication of how I'm coping.
Cool.
And I just dropped a knife into my lap. Fortunately, it closed about halfway.
See, this is good TV right here.
Here's what's happening. This guy, he's like getting part of my brain to want to kill me. This isn't fair. I don't like what's happening.
Speaking of not liking what's happening, let's get back to Joe Steel Dick.
The floor is fine, everyone.
Okay. Good. I was concerned. Because I love your floor. It's a good floor. It's supported me many a time.
Almost the last. No, I missed. But why was I disappointed with that? Why did I sound disappointed?
So yes. Number says Steele is reasoning backwards, of course, but like we don't take bad explanations and assume they're right unless convinced otherwise, right? We take good ideas and assume we're wrong and keep looking. Right.
Also, unfalsifiable doesn't mean correct.
Right. That's actually a bad thing. So
but that's
anyway.
Yeah. Christians think it does a lot.
Yeah. But as Lucille Ball says,
fuck off.
Apparently. Yep. My sentiments exactly, Lucy.
Though Let's start with the sources. The reliability of the New Testament. Quick disclaimer.
Is shit.
This isn't the New Testament is reliable, so therefore Jesus rose. This is the New Testament is reliable, so we actually know what the eyewitnesses claimed. Now we can.
God damn it.
So much no. Let's. I'm gonna back him up just so we can. Have
This
that
is
on.
the New Testament is reliable.
Therefore, Jesus rose. It's this other thing that's similar.
So now, those are two different claims. Like to say, like that you know what's being claimed is true, and just you know what is being claimed.
No
So-
evidence for being reliable. This is just an assertion.
Right? Yeah. Or as Fox says, yeah, my sentiments exactly, my friend.
This eyewitness is bullshit. Like, now,
Yeah.
I
But-
believe that he had a pastor or more than one tell him eyewitness shit. But in order to get their seminary degree, they literally had to learn something different. Like,
Yep. So yeah, so
an answer on a test affirmatively.
right. So Ember with another fantastic point. The Gospels are so reliable. Paul, who met with the disciples, tells almost none of it. Right?
And ignores the part where Jesus said he came for the Jews, and Paul's like, he meant Gentiles.
Yet literally having a dispute with Peter.
Yeah.
Like, again, with this whole argument, that like these Christians are all about going back to like the eyewitnesses are the best source, whatever. So about like what Christianity is really about, what Jesus really said. Okay, who better by that standard? How is Paul better than Peter? And yet, when they had a dispute, we went with Paul. Right, but yeah,
Peter
yeah,
basically let Paul teach what he was teaching because he was bringing money to Jerusalem.
Exactly.
And that's when it began. That's when the new religion started.
Yeah. So many things about this. Like, okay, so as far as like the New Testament being reliable, like in terms of like our modern sense of historicity and like what actually happened, no. So we actually know what the eyewitnesses claimed. Like, no, because the authors, by all indications, were not eyewitnesses. In fact, like
never said they were, which is weird.
Right. Except like the closest you can get is like, I mean, okay, so the Gospel of Matthew is at least attributed to Matthew, who's apparently one of Jesus's disciples, and yet even though we know Mark was written earlier, because like Matthew and Luke, in a lot of cases, copied directly from Mark, and then like add their own stuff. But one of the ways that Matthew quotes directly from Mark is the story of when Matthew met Jesus. So if Matthew was the author of Matthew and he wanted to write about his own personal story about how he met Jesus, why would he copy Mark's version of that story instead of telling it himself?
It kind of sounds like another sect was trying to hijack another sect's gospel.
Almost. Man, weird. Yeah, that's one way to put it. Paul said, nah, you don't have to cut your cigar. So the Romans liked as much. Exactly. That was Paul's appeal.
I mean, Paul figured out marketing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, props for that, I guess.
Also, he's just stacking claims and calling it reliability. That's exactly the case. It's like stacking circumstantial evidence and then going, well, must be guilty. That's not how that works. Like, you can't just say like based on the preponderance of coincidences.
undesigned coincidence is, in fact.
No, you got to assume they're designed in order for them to be designed.
Right?
And then you can find evidence they're designed.
All right.
Also, I like how you said this isn't this thing. It's this thing, which is only loosely related. It's not the opposite of what you're saying.
But more importantly, it's not better. Like you're not improving here, my dude. So let's let him continue to not improve.
So we actually know what the eyewitnesses claimed. Now we can evaluate the claim on historical grounds like any other event. First of all, the Gospels weren't anonymous. Every early manuscript that we have that should contain...
But they were anonymous. Okay, I guess like Luke... Okay, so they either were anonymous or they might as well have been, because like just because like an ancient writing starts with, "Hi, my name is this and I'm writing this," like that doesn't, like, people wrote under like pseudonyms like all the time.
Well,
that was
and weren't some of these names, or all of them, assigned later because it was closest to the faith tradition that said they were followers of John or Luke?
Yeah. This is basically just from tradition. Yeah.
And also super weird.
From my understanding, but yeah.
I'm a follower of Jesus by way of John.
Yeah. Yep. And it's even worse now because, like, I'm follower of Jesus by way of my pastor, by way of his mentor, by way of his... It's like so many layers now.
You know, if he ever comes across our video, he's going to think he's right based on how long we spent talking about it.
Well, at least we haven't gone 9 hours. But some of you will know what I'm talking about.
We went 9 hours.
It's another running gag on Kip's channel.
Oh. Yeah, I'm out of the loop.
So,
I need to watch.
Yeah. Anyway. All right. So the real deal here, because these people were really written by the people, these books were really written by the people whose names we currently have.
Oh, sure they were. Let's just fucking roll with
like
that.
any other event. First of all, the Gospels weren't anonymous. Every early manuscript that we have that should contain the author's...
Do you guys see that? Where it says source? The source for this is YouTube, Wes Huff.
God, fuck that guy. You can't... All right, so that's the pond he's swimming in.
9 hours and no naps.
Man, it's hard work for old man Kip.
All right, so his source is Wes Huff. All right, cool.
Names has the author's names. No mystery copies, no PR spins. And the writings, it fits the authors. Matthew talks money, John knows the land, Luke drops medical terms, and Mark sounds just like Peter. Luke literally...
So, okay, so basically they're saying like, oh, these authors sound like who they claim to be. Like, yeah, which is exactly what you would do if you were not that person, but you wanted to make it sound like you were.
Also,
like,
how does he know they sound exactly like them?
Right?
They had hardly any screen time in the stories. Like,
yeah, which again, he's very much cherry picking. Like he's saying, oh, well, Matthew sounds like Matthew because he talks money. Like, right, because everyone knows, like, Matthew the tax collector, disciple of Jesus, was the only person in the ancient world who talked about money.
Well, of course, that's
so. But also, never mind. But what he's ignoring is like the example I brought up earlier. It's like, okay, well, if that is Matthew, why did he copy Mark's version of how he met Jesus?
Because he's a fucking poser.
I mean, that seems to me like the simplest answer, like Occam's razor, whatever. So
argumentum ad poserism.
Opens with, many have undertaken. I investigated everything carefully from the beginning. And in Acts, he switches to...
Oh, see, and And that's what we know is like everyone who ever says, I did this carefully, like no one ever lies about that.
How many idiots have said that?
Right.
And then you look.
That's why like things like
not.
Right, and also, I mean, so yeah, people are never dishonest with like how they write things. That's why like things like the No Child Left Behind Act actually left no children behind.
Do not trust the title of any act or bill. It's
no, but dude, like the Patriot Act was so patriotic.
Yeah, patriotic just right
so.
into fascism.
Right?
Luke was there recording the eyewitnesses, and scholars agree that the same author that wrote Luke is the same author that wrote Acts. The tone
Acts, which is one of the most like widely agreed upon to be basically fanfic.
Oh yeah, sounds like a comic book.
Like yeah, it's for the people who actually know what the fuck they're talking about, who studied the Book of Acts, are like, yeah, this is not accurately like historical, like almost at all.
I think it shows that this person really wished they were Luke.
Right. Yeah. I spoke to eyewitnesses is how one becomes an eyewitness, right? Yeah. Yeah. That's the other thing. Like he's saying like these were written by eyewitnesses, like this one guy who said he spoke to eyewitnesses. Like, so he even like, just like refuted himself right out the gate.
Like Wes Huff is basically doing reaction content. And so he's quoting the guy who was reacting to the eyewitness that was not an eyewitness. And
yeah, and for anyone out there who says, well, that's what you guys are doing is reaction content, it's like, yeah, but we're not claiming to do anything more than that. That's
or be good at it. Wes Huff claims to be good at it.
Like, we don't claim to be good at it, we just claim to be doing it. And even that's kind of iffy.
Wes Huff is hilarious at it.
Yes, please go back and watch our previous videos about Wes Huff.
Okay,
especially the one where Matt made the thumbnail that made him look like a member of the Lollipop Guild.
He looks so creepy. Also, remember that we joked about? I don't know if we were joking. We joked about clipping that part where him and the mustache Luigi man look like they're flirting with each other because they are. And I was like, if we clip that, are we like? I'm pretty sure we're going to be outing one or both of them. Is that okay?
Nah, it's probably cool.
Yeah, I feel like I need a gay person to tell me that's okay.
All right, so if there's any like homosexual, gay, bi, whatever people in the chat who want to go back and watch that episode and let us know. I don't know. No.
What I tend to get from people is that like if somebody's anti-queer and like they're queer, like that's okay to out them. Like Lindsey Graham. He's a professional bachelor. He got outed by Laura Loomer, who is what's the name of the guy from the Saw movies? Jigsaw?
Yeah.
Yeah. The best description I've heard of her is Jigsaw. She has a jigsaw looking face. But that was a choice. That's not her real fucking face. She has that clown makeup on to make herself look like that.
Okay, so yeah. So Fox says they were 100% flirting. All right, then.
You did confirm that at the time. What I need now is I need a confirmation that it's okay to clip that.
So let us know. All right.
I mean, it's factually correct, apparently.
All right, so we got like 2 minutes left, but then after this, we got another video by Sean McDowell it's just a short, but I really want to get to. All right.
We're in a black hole of time right
the
now.
vocabulary match Greco-Roman historians. Guys like Demosthenes. And I know I didn't say that right. We match Greco-Roman historians. Guys like Demosthenes. And I know I didn't say that right. Luke isn't writing mythology.
Sorry, I got distracted because for some reason a little drop-down thing came up. And it distracted me from listening to him. So I'm assuming that was the same for literally everyone else. So I'm going to back it up. Again.
You were incorrect.
Same author that wrote Acts. The tone, the vocabulary match Greco-Roman historians. Guys like Demosthenes, and I know I didn't say that right. Luke isn't writing mythology, he's writing history. Classical historian.
Okay, but here's the thing. Histories back then often included mythology. Like, that was just part of the style. Like Caesars,
it was their
literally
best
had.
bet.
Well, but also you got to remember, like, people back then did not view history the same way we view it now. Like, surprise, surprise, people from different times and cultures are different than us now. Like, so, because, like, for instance, like back then, like Caesars, like along with like biographers, like they also had, like, I don't know what's the word, like mythologizers, whatever, but basically like following them around, like. So basically, while they were still alive, as they were doing things, they had people writing mythological versions of their life. Like, biographies often contained mythological elements, especially, this is, very pertinent when it comes to like the whole Jesus story. Like, when people were writing about the lives of people that they wanted to show as being very important, like to the point of being like divine or godlike, they would add elements like, and tell me if you've heard any of these before, if any of these sound familiar, they would add things like when they died, like the body would disappear. There would be post-death appearances, like the person who died would like appear to people out in public. People would see them like ascend to the heavens after they died. And also, while they were alive, they did things like performing miracles, healing people, stuff like that. But going even farther back, like their births, like would be this super miraculous event. Like they would be like the son of the gods and this like immaculate conception kind of stuff. Like, that's just how people wrote biographies back then of people they wanted to elevate to a certain level. Like, so that's what was happening with the Gospels. Like, and again, this goes back to like, and I mentioned him on the show, I feel like it's been a while. The work of people specifically like Dr. Richard C. Miller. He's done like some really great research into making all these connections with the way Jesus is written in the Gospels with things like Greek translation fables, Roman cultic myths. It's like all the tropes are there. So like all the things that people said about Jesus, like I just said, he appeared he appeared to people after he died, ascended to heaven, did miracles, miraculous birth, all that shit. That was just what you did when you wanted to take someone you viewed as super important and wanted to elevate them to like some deific status, like usually with like Caesars or other people. But the scandal with Jesus was, it was like his followers were taking these tropes and applying it to this guy who was, and he probably existed, but if he did, he was just some like what we would consider like some hick, like backwater, like cult leader. So that's what pissed like the Romans off, like because the followers of Jesus were taking what were to them like very sacred like symbols and tropes that they would only apply to like their most important people, and they're like, well, we're just applying it to our guy, and that's what pissed them off.
Well, now I'm worried about Gavin Newsom because that's exactly what he's doing. Have you seen that?
Yeah. Oh,
that's
yeah.
Exactly
I'm worried about him for several reasons, but yeah,
it's his his press director person,
right? Yeah. So
but it's good work.
Yeah. But yeah, like I said, look into Dr. Richard Miller. He has a book, Resurrection and Reception, I think is what it's called. But you can also find like videos of him like being interviewed like all over YouTube. Unfortunately, mostly on a specific channel that I don't necessarily recommend for various reasons. But I mean, the interviews with him are still good, so whatever.
Is that
Yeah, we did a video about this guy a while back as well that also had a great.
Yeah, is that Derek Lambert's a big strong man?
Yeah, because he's a big strong man. But yeah, because that's one of at least from the point of view of the apologists, one of their strongest arguments are like, why would all the followers of Jesus claim that he rose from the dead if he really didn't? If they didn't believe it, it's like, because that's just what you did. Like,
Oh.
just because they claimed it doesn't mean they actually believed it happened. They claimed it because that is just what you did.
Also, it's kind of subversive because he was a bit of a nobody, and
Yeah.
it's
that
kind
was
of like
why.
a troll that people started to take seriously.
Yeah, exactly. That's really, that to me, that's the most plausible explanation.
That's America's problem right now. Like, a troll people started to take seriously. Like, you know what? I mean, he's a dick and he's just done terrible things. I mean, he's perfect, but charge.
Mm.
Never mind money from his dad to start his businesses. It would have performed better had he just put it in the stock market in like a fucking mutual fund and done nothing with it. Like, he literally lost money by trying to make money. He should be in charge of our
I
country.
know. Yeah, sure. But all right, so sorry to catch up on comments here, but yes, you can clip it and let people draw their own conclusions. Hey, that's fair.
I like that.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Fox. Also, do a barrel roll. Anyway, feel like it's been too long since I've said that. So, listen, we used to think the Iliad was a myth, but then we found the ruins of Troy, ergo Athena must be real.
And so must the movie. The movie must be accurate.
Yes, therefore Brad Pitt is Jesus. Or something.
Jesus is
Homer,
a terrible actor. In that movie, he was no good. That was I don't know if it was the writing or the director, but just like the acting was dog shit from some really good actors.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, there were some good actors in there. But yeah.
Yeah.
Sure, he was blind, but he heard from another eyewitness. Probably. Sure. The drift to the right is a Tokyo drift. Well, as long as it's got some pizzazz. All right. All right. All right. So
Here he is.
I know I didn't say that right. Luke isn't writing mythology, he's writing history. Classical historian Colin Hemmer found 84 confirmed historical details in Acts. Not theology, not symbolism, just raw accuracy. Even the names match archaeological records of first.
you ever heard of historical fiction, dude?
I know, right? I mean, have you read anything from Tom Clancy? Are you aware of? God.
Yeah, like America is real, Russia is real, like the CIA is real. Therefore, what's his name? Jack Ryan, totally real. Yep.
Willful stupidity.
God fucking damn it.
First century Palestine. Different Jewish communities had different naming patterns, and the New Testament nails these naming patterns, unlike Gospels that we know are forgeries.
Again.
So they were written by Roman Jews. So what?
So basically what you're telling me is they were written by people who were trying to make it sound authentic.
Well, they couldn't have
Again,
done that. People in the past were stupid as fuck.
No, but like I have a friend who writes like historical fiction novels, and I haven't read any of them, but I understand she's really good at it, and that like she's got like a deal to do multiple books. So yeah, she must be pretty good at what she does. But she understands, like when she writes something about like 1800s India or whatever, like she researches the time period and sees, okay, what kind of names were people using? What were the names of some of the cities? What were some of the cultures? How did people dress? How did people talk? How did they like? That's just what you fucking do. God.
You've seen PragerU and what they think is good. I mean, they don't understand.
So the big thing is, if the Gospels were convincing, John's mom's son wouldn't need those magic designer arguments. John's mom's son, yes, correct. The fact that he leans so heavily on them shows even he isn't convinced by the Gospels. Ooh. But I love how you, by basically just calling him himself, you still like referenced his mom and made that some... that was a good move. I appreciate that. All right. We're
That was some thick smoke. I might be pretty high in a second. Incoming!
Keep us posted.
like the Gospel of Judas. The Gospel of Judas misses the names, gets the geography wrong, and gets the tone wrong. It reads like a fanfic from 150 years later, because it is. So no, this doesn't prove the resurrection,
was
but
the
it does
others?
prove this. We're working...
John was anyway.
Okay, so it doesn't prove the resurrection. Okay, then what does? What does prove the resurrection? If this is like the linchpin, like this is the crux that your entire faith is built on, okay, what does actually prove it?
Faith. Like how your head tilted like a dog hearing something he didn't like. You're like,
Faith has become one of my least favorite words ever. That's why I'm an apistivist.
faith it till
Look
you
it up.
make it.
So PragerU has some kids' cartoons that are historical fiction. They happily pass off as accurate. Yeah, true.
Wait,
Yeah,
you're in the UK, right? I think I remember that.
yeah, Fox. I think so.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I don't know if it's made it over there yet, but I shit you not. This thing we had over here called PBS, which is public broadcasting station. It was like supposed to be middle of the road, safe for everyone, just good things. Well, Republicans thought, we can't have them teaching people good things. And PragerU is their administration is seriously discussing using PragerU.
Okay, so Spooky is in
Canada.
the UK. This is in Canada. All right.
Long story short, I was talking too long. PragerU is angling to replace some of the things on our kids' learning network, PBS. Also, they're already in Florida schools. Like the fucking Christopher Columbus cartoon. Did you see that? Where it's like, well, slavery's better than dying. It's like said the white people who wrote this fucking cartoon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, it's better than dying. That's not exactly a selling point.
Well, but it is if you think that they only deserve slightly better than dying.
Yeah. So,
And that depends on who you belong to. Like, Canada is UK adjacent. Do you guys still?
you do.
Do you still fund the royalty over there?
Yeah, I think he still is your king. Yeah. So
the sovereign fund.
Bunch
of inbred freeloaders.
All right, so I have moved on to the non-alcoholic beer. This is Go Brewery with their Sunshine State Tropical IPA with mango and peach. And it is really good. It doesn't necessarily taste like a beer, but what it does taste like is just good. So
I have moved on to my cousin's crop.
Yeah.
Calls it mint donut because it tastes like a purple donut that's minty.
A purple donut.
Yeah, specifically purple. You know, like when you have candy and it's like it's the purple flavor. It's not grape. They tell you it's grape. Yeah,
it's like that episode of Simpsons where like Lisa went to work with Homer for like bring your daughter to work there, and she was wanting something to eat, and she's like, "Don't you have anything like fruit or whatever?" And Homer's like, "Oh, well, this donut has purple in it. Purple's a fruit." Or like the ingredients in grape drink: water, sugar, purple. But I love it. It's so good.
So they've not kicked the monarchy yet.
But largely ignoring them. That's the strat.
I mean, like, is Quebec? Are they? Do they
Fuck
like?
you, Spooky.
Do they have like a fanfic in their head where they belong to France? Like, how does this all work?
Yeah, like make up your mind, Canada. Jeez. Anyway, speaking of make up your mind, so I want to finish this guy. I at least want to get to the Sean McDowell short, but then we might call it after that. So
with real voices. Eyewitness level claims from people who believed what they saw. And they claim that they saw him get...
Again, no. just because people made claims doesn't mean they believed that those things actually happened. Like,
But
you're
look, Tommy,
understanding-
they used present tense. They must
Well,
have been there.
That's it. Man,
Nobody
I'm no longer-
uses, like past perfect tense. He wasn't there.
like. Well, now I'm no longer an atheist
No,
either.
present
so,
perfect. I think that's what that is.
Yeah. Well, either way, it's atheism defeated.
beaten. They saw him get crucified. They saw him get killed and get buried. And then 3 days later, they say that they saw him again. And they didn't say
Just like so many people said about so many other people who didn't actually rise from the dead.
Has he never read fiction? Like Ray Bradbury books. Like none of that has ever happened, but they say the same thing. There's all kinds of... I just want to grab people and shake them and be like, you're better than this. Please be better than this. I don't
Good.
I don't want this to be the best you can do.
That's a great way to put it. Yeah.
it quietly. They either were willing or they did die for that claim. We're not dealing with legend.
Yeah, speaking of the next video we're going to come to, Sean McDowell would harshly disagree with you, my friend. Like,
People wouldn't die for a lie unless they thought it was true.
yeah, well, then explain Joseph Smith, like the founder of Mormonism. You claim that Mormonism is such an obvious fraud. He died for it, and he's
Also,
literally the guy who invented it.
That's really interesting. Like Mormonism is the only religion that the United States has created, right? And it's a very like United States religion. White people are awesome in that religion.
See Glenn Beck. Yeah.
Yeah. There's just so many parts of it. Like it's written by, or not written, but it's created by like a con man for financial gain / celebrity status. So
Right.
also had a thing for little kids. That seems to be pervasive in our leadership.
Oh, apparently we also made Scientology.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
It was the first. Whoever. Yeah, it's weird that some people don't think Scientology is a religion. Because they're like, that's just too wacky. No, they just nailed it. They nailed it enough to succeed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, what was I going to say? I don't remember. So let's just keep going.
Or handed down whispers. We're dealing with public, early, consistent claims from people who had every.
But they're not consistent. There's so many discrepancies in the gospel accounts. Are you fucking kidding me?
And sure, these have some consistencies. Out of all the ones they didn't want to put in the official canon, there were so many other sects. Like they believed like a whole range of things.
Yeah.
Interesting. They chose the ones that agree with each other enough for plausibility.
Yeah, enough. Yeah. That's the other thing that always like cracks me all the way the fuck up is like when people say, "Oh, look how well like all the books in the Bible agree with each other." It's like, yeah, because when the people were putting together the canon, they're like, "Well, let's leave out all the ones that don't agree." Like, so of fucking course it. But even then, it doesn't even all agree. So,
I'm going to adapt somebody else's joke, and so God made Scientology so Mormons would know how Christians feel.
That's good. That's good. But yeah, but the whole like, okay, so real briefly, just this whole like, well, no one would die for a lie, or like no one would like, in like the specific case, like the disciples, like they wouldn't go to their death claiming Jesus rose from the dead if they didn't actually believe it. Well, again, first of all, sure they would, because again, like for the reasons I already laid out, they just because they said it doesn't mean they necessarily like literally believed it. Again, it was a trope. They were trying to elevate their dude, and that was the trope and the culture they were in to do that with. But again, even super conservative Christians like Sean McDowell, who I swear we're going to get to here in a minute or a couple, like that was what he did his like doctoral research on, like was like the deaths of the disciples. And he says like there's really only like maybe 2 that we can say died a martyr's death. But even then, like more critical scholars say, like, I think the ones that they point to is like Peter, Paul, and I think James, the brother of Jesus, maybe. But it's like, so Paul, first of all, never claimed to actually see the physical risen Jesus like in person. He just had a vision, which
it could have been an alien.
A lot of things,
for all we know.
But then the others, it's like they were. I don't remember all the specifics. Again, go look it up. Again, speaking of Apologia, someone we mentioned recently, his he has a great explanation of like how Christianity could have started as a religion without an actual resurrection, and he goes into
minimal witness argument, right?
Yeah, minimal witnesses. Yeah, that was it. Minimal witnesses theory. And he talks about how really the only counts we have of the disciples being martyred, there's no evidence that any of them were martyred specifically for claiming that Jesus rose from the dead and that they were given a chance to recant. It's basically they were just killed for either just like political reasons or like the Caesar like wanted like to make a scapegoat for like some problems, like, oh, we'll execute this dude. Like it had nothing to do with whether or not he was willing to recant his belief that Jesus rose from the dead. So this whole line of thinking is just complete bullshit.
So people will die for lies, like Fox said, and they'll definitely die for something they want to be true.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. Yeah. Also, yeah, it's a false dichotomy from the start. Magic or lying aren't the only options. Yeah, like we said, like it's like Greek translation fables. It's like if you have a dude you want to elevate to a certain deific status, apotheosis, whatever, there are certain tropes and different stories you attach to the person, like rising from the dead, post-death appearances, like miracle claims, virgin birth, ascension to heaven, like all the stuff that people are saying about Jesus. Those were just the tropes. So
I think it's really interesting that people seem to be wired to seek apotheosis. Like that doesn't mean God's real, but we're wired. Evolution created something that, like,
yeah,
we need some kind of hope for a better us, for a better other people, in order to keep going.
Yeah. Right, because as another thing that like Christian apologists love to point out is like evolution doesn't wire us to seek truth. Like, yeah, exactly. In some cases, maybe in other cases it does, but yeah,
it's survival.
Yeah,
that's it.
But it's not like evolution necessarily wires us to not seek the truth. It's not like being wired to seek the truth is somehow counter to evolution either.
No, it's kind of accidental.
Yeah. Yeah. So. Anyway,
everything to lose and nothing to gain.
Nothing to gain, really? Like they're in the Bible, man. Like they're famous now. What the fuck are you talking about? Because like the following that these people had, like, and like the clout of being able to say, like, yeah, we're best friends with Jesus, who's actually God. Like, are you fucking kidding me? They had nothing to gain from any of that. But I understand the whole like,
and the movement had something to gain from it. Like,
yeah, I mean, it's nothing
versus movement. It's anti hierarchy, anti-establishment.
Yeah. Plus, if nothing else, what they had to gain from it was soothing their cognitive dissonance. It's like because they were following this guy who they believed was the Messiah. And they dedicated their life, like they literally like left their whole lives behind to follow this guy, believing he was going to save everyone. And then he ended up being killed. And they're like, what the fuck now? Oh, we can like create stories around this and like still keep this thing going. Great.
Now, what if what if Jesus were the president and people had tried to like crucify him twice and it didn't take.
Mm.
Like just get people to be like even more dedicated.
Mm. Yeah. All right. So
it's a pretty shit way to start a religion, Jesus.
Right. All right. So Ember here with the interesting question here. So I heard a good one a while back. If evolution is true, then where did religion come from? Religion causes a lot of deaths, so its existence disproves evolution. Well, this is this comes from a misconception that I think a lot of people have about evolution, that as if like evolution has like a goal. And so it's like they take concepts like survival of the fittest, so things that are conducive to survival tend to work out better, like in like an evolutionary system. But that doesn't mean. But they kind of misinterpret that and mean, well, this is meaning that these are the only kind of things that evolution is trying to produce. So evolution wouldn't produce something that's not conducive to survival. It's like, no, it's like evolution is just based on like, so natural selection is only one part. The other part of it is just random mutation. So like anything can emerge. It's just a matter of what will survive. So yeah, plenty of things have emerged that are like counterproductive towards survival. Hence, like why 99.9 something percent of any species who has ever lived is now extinct. Because things emerge in evolution that are not conducive to survival, and that's why certain species die out. So that's, yeah.
I think religion did help survival because one, it meets a lot of psychological needs. I think humans we got smarter. Our intelligence has outpaced our comfort with uncertainty.
Right.
And so we needed something. We got smart enough to realize there's a whole lot of shit that's going to kill us. And that's an existential crisis, like literally. And
right.
And so to be okay with all the stuff your brain is processing, you had to like outsource it to something.
Yeah, because here's the other thing that people I think miss about what can emerge like throughout evolution but still like persist. It's like, okay, just causing death doesn't mean that natural selection is necessarily going to weed it out. Really, all that matters is it can cause death just as long as it causes death after you've reproduced. That's really it. So like it can cause all the death at once just as long as it's not enough death to keep your species from reproducing at a certain level. That's really it. Because then you could say, well, why would evolution produce cancer? Cancer causes death, but cancer is clearly something like that has happened because of evolution. Like, yes, it causes death, but not enough death to make us go as extinct as a species. That's
like cancer's broken DNA, right? It's like DNA has gone awry and starts replicating for unhelpful reasons.
Mm-hmm.
Could that be DNA just trying something new? And sometimes that leads to like evolutionary things that are helpful, and a lot of times it leads to cancer.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
What didn't almost killed us.
Almost. It was that close, especially for me. Praise science. Anyway, but yeah. So yeah, that's what I have to say. Like, this is such a big like misunderstanding. I don't know if it's a misunderstanding of science or maybe an intentional misunderstanding of evolutionary science. But I hear people like Christian apologists specifically when they're trying to attack evolution. It's like, well, why would all this stuff happen that isn't specifically like for survival emerge? It's like, I mean, according to evolution, and again, in my understanding, and again, I'll admit, I'm not an expert because unfortunately, I learned biology in a very conservative Christian high school, so I didn't actually learn what evolution really is. I've had to kind of figure it out for myself. in my adult life. But from my understanding, it's like there's really nothing preventing certain traits from emerging other than just like whatever physics and chemistry is going on in that particular group of organisms. But it's like, but for all intents and purposes, like any trait is possible to emerge. It's just a matter of like what's bad enough to keep a species from surviving or not. That's really it. Like, it's like, yeah, it can be detrimental, but as long as that species can still like fucking give birth enough, then it doesn't matter.
Is the evolutionary process basically DNA trying to kill us, and what doesn't kill us is better? Is that how that works?
Yeah, well, I mean, there are some things it produces that are more beneficial, like, different survival traits, like us, like as humans being a social species, like we've evolved that way. So that's like contributed to our survival. So yeah, it goes either way, but.
Right. But things have to be trying to kill us for it to work. That's my point.
That's true. Yeah. So, yeah.
I don't like this mechanism.
Right? Like who came up with this? Anyway, all right. I think we got less than a minute left. Let's see if we can do it.
I don't believe it.
All right, so obviously this isn't the deepest dive that you could go into these arguments. I didn't
Yeah.
No shit, dude.
give you every single counterpoint or every single historical document or every footnote in a philosophy textbook. We'd
Or
be here for
anything at
6
all.
hours and my camera would catch fire. So here's the deal. If you got objections or questions, or you just think I'm totally wrong,
So I know this probably wasn't what she meant, but I'm assuming this comment is about the video. Like, yes, this video was very bad design.
He's refuting himself in the very last thing, even. Like, this has all been nothing.
drop it in the comments. And I actually want to see your best stuff because we're going to take the most interesting ones and we're going to break them down in a future video. And if you want something a little bit more chaotic, go watch this video where I tested out 5 so-called
Okay, that seems like he's wrapping up there.
He's gonna go 5. It's like gonna go Islam here for a second. Neat.
All right. Well, I'm done with him. Are you done with him? I'm done.
Yeah. Does he not realize that like the Fundy boys and the other in Islam use the same garbage, like the same kinds of arguments, but like they're working with like stuff that like Kent Hovind is working with. It's like they're no, I'm serious. Their best apologists on YouTube are more like Kent Hovind than this guy.
Yeah.
But they're doing the same thing. It's really funny when they get mad at each other.
Not good. Yeah. All right. Well, you ready for a Sean McDowell short about why he is not an atheist?
Yeah, bring in the intelligence.
All right. Let's see if I can. Whew.
Moving on up.
All right.
He's very tan. What is happening?
All right. Let's see. Select adjustments. You go there. All right.
I don't trust anybody with a hairline like that without a sunburn on it, but they're tan. You've been rotisseried in a tanning bed. That's what's happening.
Yeah, but first, one more evolutionary comment related thing. Traits are not valuable until outside pressures make them useful.
Yeah.
Yep.
So look for an explosion.
That's how we were doing, Sean. Zing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it is a step up. But
It's all relative. Yeah. All right. So let's hear why Sean McDowell is not an atheist.
Why am I not an atheist? To be honest with you, the answer is actually kind of simple. Because I don't think that atheism is true. If I thought atheism were true, I would feel compelled to be an atheist.
All right. So
what do you mean true? Oh, God damn it. It's not a proposition. I don't
first, something I want to point out that like I watched most of this. I don't remember if I watched the whole thing, but something that amused me just like so far. So you see like Sean, like there's this like video playing that's like being projected on him for some reason. Looks like it's some kind of weird stylistic choice, but what I like to think is what actually is going on here is like Sean is like at some like museum or like art exhibit or something where someone is just like, it's just part of the art piece or display or exhibit or whatever that are just like projecting videos on this wall. And he just decided to stand in front of it like a jackass and like be in the way of everyone enjoying it. And just so he could like do his bullshit. Also, I like your hair.
Supposed to be happening right here.
Yeah, it's basically, tell me you don't know what the word atheist means. Yeah.
Yep.
All right. So basically, it's because, well, I'm not an atheist because I don't think atheism is true. It's like, all right, but let's let him cook, I guess.
But to me, any adequate worldview has to explain certain features of reality, such as where did the universe come from? And the atheist's answer to me is totally inadequate. Either it says the universe came from nothing.
Oh, it's inadequate to him. So therefore,
again with the atheist explanation, or he's like with the whole worldview, like the abiogenesis, the Big Bang came from nothing.
mm-hmm.
No.
Yep, just jumps up in front of his presentation and starts talking.
My presentation now, bitches.
All right.
Inadequate. Either it says the universe came from nothing, which is metaphysically absurd, or that the universe has always been here, which violates modern Big Bang cosmology.
It doesn't, because Big Bang cosmology just means there was a rapid expansion in the beginning. What was before the beginning? That's a nonsensical question, because all we have to work with is what came after the beginning.
Right. Oh, no. I guess this is the real answer, I guess. Sean isn't an atheist because his dad is Josh McDowell. And that's just poor optics.
It's being a Christian pays the bills. That's what's happening.
Right. Yeah, sorry I missed that. Now, fortunately, John Piper's son, I forget his name, but yeah, if you look for John Piper, I think he's on like TikTok, and John Piper's son, I think his name's Abraham. Look for him on like TikTok or Instagram or something. Like he is like very not Christian anymore and very vocal about it and makes some like really good videos. But anyway, what could have been, Sean? What could have been?
I've blocked out Piper. I think I had a bad experience.
And great callback here. You've never created a universe in a lab. The only reasonable conclusion is clearly magic.
Well, have you done magic in a lab?
Was Sean McDowell created in a lab?
Is Sean McDowell magic?
He must not exist. But again, this whole like false dichotomy of like either the universe came from nothing or it always existed. It's like, well, and also first of all, like that it always existed. Like, yeah, maybe. But also that doesn't violate Big Bang cosmology because like the Big Bang was just an expansion of something that was already there and may have existed in some form before that, but then collapsed. And then like there's so many different theories about what could be going on here other than came from nothing and always existed. Like,
no, and like it could have come from something, but not always have. All right, so if we're actually in a black hole, you know, which it looks like the math probably shows that, then we came from another universe or something.
Yeah. Yeah, and real quick, like since you brought it up, this is like one of my favorite things ever.
So, wait, hold on. Like that, so there was nothing in that case. There was nothing here initially, so we came from nothing from our perspective.
Yeah,
but like actually matter from somewhere else.
Right. Yeah, because also reminder, like Christians are the only ones who are proposing that this all came from nothing. They just said that a god did it.
I know.
Okay.
Ex nihilo. It's just there's literally a name for it, a theological name for it. And
Right?
even Greg Boyd is into the ex nihilo.
But speaking of the whole like how we're possibly in a black hole, like look it up. Like they've done the math because like scientists were looking at like because in order for something to be a black hole, like it needs to get to a point where it's at a certain density. So you could think of it as like, okay, take an object, like how small would you have to shrink it down for it to be dense enough to become a black hole? And they've done the math. So apparently, like the Earth would need to be shrunk down to like the size of a blueberry to become a black hole. It's like, okay. And then you're like, okay, the Milky Way galaxy would need to be shrunk down to the size of like a major U.S. city, like New York or Chicago or whatever, and then it would become a black hole. So, and they kept like going with all this. So like, all right, well, let's do the math on like, okay, the observable universe. How small would you have to shrink the observable universe down for it to be dense enough to be a black hole? And apparently, mathematically, the answer was you would have to shrink the observable universe down to a size slightly larger than the observable universe, which means the observable universe is already dense enough to be a black hole.
Yeah. So Amber says,
So-
looked into the black hole hypothesis. Short answer: one equation shows some similarities, but that includes a lot of assumptions that don't apply to the real universe. I don't know if you've. I forget her last name. I always in my head, her name is Sabine Hassenpfeffer. That's not her real last name.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, Essenfelder.
Yeah, and so she's a what kind of physicist is she?
I don't know actually.
I don't know.
My
her-
opinion on her has gone up down
math
recently though.
Works for it, but the math also works for the universe to be a singular something else. I forget what it was. So the answer is it's weird or weirder.
Yeah.
What's really going on?
But yeah, but I mean, also you think about like you talk when like the language around like describing black holes about how like light can enter but like it can't escape, and like so if you're in it you can't see beyond it or whatever. It's like that kind of sounds like the edge of the observable universe, like why we can't see beyond it. So that would kind of make sense. But here's the real question: how dense does something have to be to become Sean?
I don't know. How tan is it?
Yeah, but yeah, remember said yes. Sabina went off into quackery a couple years ago when she decided trans people are proof of Satan. Yeah, that's something I've been
I'll have to
hearing.
look into that.
Recently.
I haven't heard that.
That's something I've been hearing recently. She's definitely seems to be more on that. Think like you're like where like people like Richard Dawkins and Lawrence Krauss are going more these days about like wokeism is destroying science and all this.
Said the old people.
And, yeah, essentially. So, all right. Well, let's let Sean and his misunderstanding of cosmology. Let's let him cook.
And has philosophical troubles. Atheism can't explain why the universe is fine-tuned, can't explain the origin of consciousness, origin of life.
No, it literally can.
Well, that's the thing. Like atheism, can't explain anything other than
Science does.
Yeah, science can explain it, but atheism is just saying like I don't believe there's a God.
Is he calling atheism science? Oh, well, thank you.
Oh, all right, I'll take it.
Of life, free will, or morality.
Oh, I can't explain free will because it probably doesn't exist.
Yeah, it's probably just
so. If your theory can explain, what's that?
Free will is probably just our perception of what's coming next.
Right. Yeah. So if your worldview does explain free will, then maybe yours is wrong. Because
I did hear I did hear a scientist argue that I think it was a physicist that there isn't enough information available in the past and present to create the future. I think it's like an information physicist or something. And I thought that was very interesting. So there's something added in the present moment. The analogy in my brain was it's kind of like not additive 3D printing, but like where a laser just solidifies something and you kind of like grow a solid out of a liquid via a laser. And so there's something about our awareness of choices in the present moment. Not that we're making choices, but the awareness of something being solidified helps create it. That still doesn't mean there's free will. It just means there's something going on we don't yet understand.
Yeah. One way I've heard it explained is that it's like we assume like our ability. It's like we conflate making choices with actually having free will. You can think of like a computer makes choices. Like when I like hit one of the buttons on my keyboard, like my computer decides to like type like the letter K or the letter H or whatever. It's like, but it's not like it necessarily has free will. Like that's just how it's programmed. Like is to make that choice based on that input. So yeah, it's a whole thing. But Sean thinks because we can't explain a thing that probably doesn't exist, then we're wrong. So
I'm a theist because I think it offers better explanations for the big questions of life. I hope nobody feels like I'm attacking you. I'm just simply sharing why I believe in God and why I'm not an atheist.
And simply blocking everyone's enjoyment of whatever it's like presentation is going on behind me.
It's just like stock footage playing in front of him. Or I don't.
Yeah, I do not understand the choice here. Like, why is he doing this?
I think he's trying to do propaganda, but it's bad. He's trying to do like subconscious stuff, but it's just stock footage. I don't understand. I think he's just trying something new.
Yeah,
He saw an atheist do it, probably.
Probably.
Let me know what you think.
Well, that's what we think, Sean. So
Ember
Please
thinks, I don't know if Ember's talking about my analogy with the 3D printer. Yeah, it's probably not good.
All right, well, anyway, let's get Sean out of here.
Oh, so that's where there's not enough information in the past and the present to create the future because it's literally expanding. So that makes sense. See, even smart people can be dumb. I'm not the smart one. I'm saying the person who said that is smarter than me.
Right? Yeah, I don't feel attacked. I feel confused by this strange man's unsolicited TED Talk.
I was distracted by his pocket.
Yeah, that too.
I don't understand shirts where it's like, I got a pocket. I have a pocket. And then like the shirt's excited it has a pocket. I don't understand that look. I think it was an 80s, early 90s thing. Which makes sense. He's that age.
Yeah. It's like to me, like the purpose of a shirt is to let you know about something that I really like. In this case, Mayhem and their album Chimera, which is one of my favorites. Anyway.
I'm familiar with them, but not enough to know they have different albums.
I mean, when most people think Mayhem, they think De Mysteriis Dom Satanas, which I mean is an absolute classic. It basically created what we currently know of as black metal. But when it comes to like the actual just enjoyable listening experience, I just prefer Chimera. But yep. But I mean, De Mysteriis, has classics like Freezing Moon, Funeral Fog, Life Eternal, good stuff.
I like how they.
Oh, now
be careful! You'll start a religion.
Now I appreciate it, but I don't recommend it. Also, stop, please. For the love. But yes, Sean definitely. At least he gave up the "Hello, fellow kids" faux hawk. Yeah, that was.
It just gets sadder and sadder when somebody has like a receding hairline, because then you're just like you're making a faux hawk with like your thinning part in the front.
All right, now here's an interesting theory. Yeah, it's pocket privilege. Yeah, I mean, flaunting like to make women more aware of the pocket deficit in their clothing. I mean.
Yeah, I wasn't aware of that until my wife told me how excited she was that she found like yoga stretchy pants with a leg pocket that was big enough for a phone.
Yeah.
And then in the Black Widow movie, where I forget Florence Pugh is the actress's name. I forget her character in the movie, but she has a fighting vest with a lot of pockets, and there's a scene where Black Widow is like, "He's got a lot of pockets." He's like, "I know, he's got a lot of pockets." That's when you can tell it was written and directed by women.
Now, have you considered bad hairyism? Now, I'm an a-hairist, so no, I have not.
Well, no, that maybe that's the most dedicated. It's like self-flagellance, like you gotta self-punishment. Bad hairyism, you got like the coolest ones hate themselves the most.
But yeah, see, I'm the same. I only buy clothing with big enough pockets to use, or that match my purse. See, I don't have the purse to match, but yeah, I'm all about like all my shorts are cargo shorts. Yeah,
I stopped that because the pockets became so unusable on the cargo shorts. Like they became like little envelopes on your leg.
Well, but I'm very particular with the kinds of cargo shorts. It's basically, I've almost narrowed it down to a specific model of a specific brand of cargo shorts is like all I get anymore. But yeah, anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's nice of you, Spooky. I appreciate that. All right. Well, it's late, and I was up early today because my kids started school, and I'm not used to being up early enough to do that.
I mean, just all around, do better.
Yeah, really. I mean, and to, I guess my response to like all the, I guess both of the gentlemen we saw on the videos tonight, I think it's best summed up by the great Jack Nicholson.
You fucking people.
That's, yeah.
I love how in that clip, like it looks like he's looking around the room, but like you can tell he's making eye contact with no one. He's just like a crazy person. His eyes look from that angle. His eyes look a little crossed too. So he's like, "You fucking people."
Yeah, I just love that. It's not like you fucking morons or you fucking hypocrites. You like just you fucking people. I remember like the first time I saw that movie, that was like instantly my favorite line. But yeah, and I guess one more. I guess this would have been more appropriate if either of these people were women. But I feel like I can definitely relate with this sentiment.
I hated her so much. It flames on the side of my face, breathing, heaving breath.
That's
it's like when the cast knows the gag is going on too long, and they're just like, no, but it's good, and they just.
That is such a great movie, but Clue for those of you unaware. But anyway,
good times, very quotable.
Like, and so much better than a movie based on a board game had any right to be. It's like they went hard, and it worked. So
yeah, because it was barely an adaptation of the game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but. Yeah, so good. Anyway,
also kind of woke.
Yeah,
for
Fox
time.
knows. Yeah,
like the one who knew everything was the gay FBI guy.
Yeah, but then it turned out that he wasn't actually gay. But yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, of course.
At least in one of the endings, because that's the other thing. There were like multiple endings, and this is one thing I love. Like for people who don't know, like so the movie Clue had different endings, like who actually did it, but apparently it differed. Like different movie theaters that showed it had different endings. So I guess afterwards people watched like, oh, can you believe so and so did it? Like, wait, they didn't do it. This other person did it. Like, what are you talking about? Yeah, and there were like 3 different endings. So if you watch it now, they have all of them.
Yeah.
In there, but it'll be like maybe this is how it ended, and they'll show that ending. It's like then they'll be like, or maybe this is how, and then it shows another one, and like,
Oh yeah, they say, but here's what really happened.
yes, yeah, where it was like lots of people, and I think that might have been what that clip was from that ending. But yeah, anyway, so yeah, go watch the movie Clue. It's fucking fantastic. Yeah, communism was always a red herring.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, and like. And you can't make an omelet without breaking any eggs. Any cook will tell you that. But look what happened to the cook. Yeah. Great line.
This Peacock was amazing.
Yeah.
And her hat.
This is war,
her hat
Peacock.
Her hat was perfect. How it kept falling was perfect. It was just.
Mm-hmm. And it's Mrs. White, like Madeline Kahn, especially her performance. Just that one line, "Get off me." That delivery was.
Yeah. Clearly, the studio thought that movie wasn't going anywhere. I mean, because they let the writers and the actors have free reign on that. It seemed.
Mm-hmm.
And the director. It's good.
Yeah, one of my favorite movies ever. But
one of the best runs in movie history. The Butler. I forget his name right now. What's his name in real life?
Tim Curry.
Tim Curry.
Yeah.
Run down the hall.
Yeah. Run! Like I'm not shouting. All right, I am. But yeah, that scene was like grabs a knife, runs down the hall.
Grabs the knife. He almost slams his head on the table to pick up the knife, and the camera's right there.
So good. So yeah, people, if you haven't seen the movie Clue, do yourself a favor, go watch it. So,
yep.
I mean, yeah, you were expecting different. Anyway, all right. So, well, we probably should wrap it up because
let's do it. We got that.
But people keep saying such true things. Tim Curry is always amazing, even in Congo, like that piece of shit movie. He was awesome.
I saw that in the theater.
So did I, like twice.
Then I heard there was a book, and it's way better, and then I was mad at the movie.
It's a common complaint. All right. Well, Matt, any other parting words or thoughts for the folks?
No.
All right.
Keep your head down.
Yeah.
Or keep your head up. We're about up to our eyeballs and shit. I mean, we're going to have to start swimming.
Yeah.
Soon.
If you ever meet John Steele's mom, you should for sure wrap it up. Noted. All right. Well, thanks everyone for the interaction. This was fun. Yeah. Well, let's do it again next week.
All right.
If you insist. Yeah. But other notes. I should be doing another one of my bi-weekly Sunday videos this weekend, so look out for that. I still don't know what I'm doing it on. If you have any suggestions, let me know. If it's anything about Christianity, faith, religion you want to hear me rant about. Yeah, other than that, yeah, again, do all the things like follow, comment, subscribe, share. If you feel comfortable, share with someone you think may enjoy it, or as always, like I also recommend, like share with someone you hate who think might be super annoyed by it. I mean, we're always down for a good fight, share or whatever.
Yeah, James has been missing in action lately, so we need.
He's even one of our top fans on Facebook.
Yeah,
share this with James. Let him know we're still.
But the only link on his Facebook profile page is Kremlin.ru. That is for real.
Fun. All right. Anyway, so thanks for everyone who was here tonight for interacting and hanging out with us, even if you weren't actually commenting and you were just watching in the background, lurking like a nitty, perhaps. We're glad you're here too. So, but yeah, as always, let us know in the comments either now or if you're watching later. or message us on Facebook, or can you message people on YouTube? Sure. Or,
Maybe.
yeah. But yeah, let us know if there's any topics or if you have any video suggestions you want us to watch or topics you want to hear us talk about. Yeah. Things.
I don't
Well,
know
that's all
what
I got.
spooky means by hand to pink waving. What?
I think sometimes like certain emojis don't actually show up as emojis, so it just presents it as text instead of what the emoji actually is.
Oh, weird.
Yeah. But yeah, as Fox says, oh my.
Oh my, indeed.
All right. Well, I think that's all I got. So
Well,
take us out, Matt.
in that case, may your things and stuff be forever with your people.
Nighty night.